Hi everyone. Good morning. Good morning, all of you. How are you all keeping? How's everything going? And yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. I hope you had a great weekend and I hope you went through the notes that was provided with respect to foundational values of civil services. Okay, Sakib, your university exams are going on. I understand at this age you all have to balance so many things simultaneously, and it's like the process of adulting. As you just start growing up, more and more responsibility keep pouring, and that's how you grow up. That's how you are able to prove to the world that you are capable and you're handling so much, right? So I'm good, thank you, Rahul. I hope the same for you. So revising these classes takes a lot of time. Yeah, it's like a lot of background that's getting established, no? School days, no such academic discipline. College days, no such academic discipline. And that too, it leaves you thinking. So it's not something like a factual segment like polity and you're just memorizing certain, I would say, articles and you're done. You either know it or you don't know it. Here you have to like think about it. I have no clue about those management related things, Ilma. If you're asking about any test and stuff, I don't have any clue about the like those kind of queries. So for that, you have to reach out to the management. So did you guys go through the material that I shared with all of you related to foundational values for civil services? Yeah, did you go through it? How many went through it? The foundational values for civil services, the material that was shared with all of you. Okay, all right. So few of you did go through it. Great, great, great. So, could you connect with it? Could you understand that? Yes, Pulkit, could you understand that? As you were like sharing few minutes back that it does take some time to revise. Okay, all right, all right. So a lot of you have went through it, Ilma and Pulkit and Soumya and Sahib and Rahul. So it's great that all of you guys are like revising it. You are going through it and you are able to connect with the material, because it's all about, always remember, it's all about studying. It is studying that creates breakthrough. I mean, any subject for that matter, since your childhood till now you've learnt it by studying, understanding, decoding, practicing, and when it becomes a part of your thought process, then it becomes effortless. So that's what. Yes, I'm talking about the additional reading materials, the values for civil services, the material that I had shared with all of you. That's what I'm talking about, Vikas. All right. Okay, so with respect to this, I'll always encourage all of you, those who have yet not gone through the foundational values for civil services. I'll encourage all of you that please, try to incorporate the insights pertaining to the additional values uh, by just going through it, running through it. Only if you complete it quickly, then only I'll have the courage, no, to share some simplified material for attitude also, the next chapter that I would be taking up, right? So and there's one more thing, that after like completing this chapter today, I will introduce case studies for all of you today, right? After introducing the case studies, then only I'll take you to the next segment or next realm, that is pertaining to attitude. All right. So please at least go through the like additional reading material that I have provided. It's relatively, the language is easy, the concepts are simplified, your capability to connect with it is stronger, right? So please go through that. All right, now with respect to this, in the previous session, as I was sharing with all of you, we were discussing about the relationship between integrity and efficiency and corruption, right? So, with respect to that given subsegment, as I was substantiating about integrity and efficiency and corruption, so integrity, efficiency, and corruption. So, in the previous session, we discussed about the relationship pertaining to this. What is the correct way to approach autobiographies? Well, Manoj, when we are speaking of this given subsegment, autobiographies are not something which you, if you see the previous year questions that we have discussed so far, you don't get questions from autobiographies. They just help you get introduced to an individual more thoroughly, the values of that individual more thoroughly, the moral standpoints of that individual more thoroughly. And there are incidents or there are thoughts which may inspire you. Thoughts will become a part of quotation, and incidents will become a part of anecdote, which you can probably quote if the, like, examiner says that substantiate the statement with suitable examples from people who have inspired you or something like that. One. Second, it can also help you in essay. That's how you are supposed to read autobiographies, and they are not a part of your, I would say, core syllabus per se. They are additional reading, like before sleeping, bedtime reading, or like when you are taking a break. So rather than watching a movie, or rather than taking any kind of Instagram break, because I still find it like quite wastage of time. In those situations, you can just go through it. Yes, you have to read it more like a storybook, but something which is qualitatively adding, I would say, the dimensions pertaining to, I would substantiate this, that it is going to add to your language, it is going to add to your expression, to your thought, to examples. That's what. You don't have to take it as a, it's not even a core, like study material. Now ARM, as not ARM, sorry, SME, you, as you are sharing this as an answer to Ajay, that how many classes will be like conditioning, oh god, spelling errors, okay, all right, in ethics. So first thing, Ajay, the timetable has been provided to you, so it is for 3 weeks. 3 weeks mean Monday to Friday, 3 weeks, all right, first thing. Second thing is that, Ajay, we have already completed 5, so we have 10 more to go. Okay, so that's what. Okay, all right. I think that is perceived well. So, yes, in my free time, I try solving case studies. That's interesting, Pratham. Now apply the civil services values. First, be very thorough with the additional reading material that I have provided with you, and memorize all the key civil services values. Just memorize them, and then I'm going to share some step-by-step method how to solve them, and then try to go as detailed as possible initially, and then with due practice, you will start like minimizing the, we can say, size. All right, so this is what I can share. All right. Now, so with respect to this efficiency and integrity and corruption, where can we find the additional reading material? Well, I think the SME can guide you. I mean, it was provided on Friday itself. A lot of students have already started reading. Those who have yet not started reading, please read the additional reading material that was shared to you on Friday, and start with foundational values, which was shared with you. It is in simplistic language, and you'll find it like easy. You'll find it decent, worthy of connecting. All those students, especially who are struggling with Subara, you'll find it much more easy and much more like relatable, doable, crammable. So that's what. All right. Now, so, as we are discussing about this given subsegment pertaining to efficiency and corruption, so in the previous session, I gave you the example that efficiency and corruption, they cannot go hand in hand. Because I gave you the example that if suppose an officer is there and that fellow is highly efficient, he really knows his work, he has saved the PWD department of like something 30 lakh odd rupees, and that money, out of which he has siphoned 10 lakh rupees, and he has returned to the government like 20 lakh out of the 1 crore rupees project, that the money that was sanctioned by the center. So the person was able to help the government save some money, and yet the person was siphoning some fund. So is this nature of efficiency going to work for the long run? And I said no, not really. Because in that situation, in the long run, not every work will fetch some extra money, and in that situation a person may get demotivated to work, and that will cause further corruption of work. Another thing is it has a snowball effect. Bit by bit, the size of corruption keeps growing. Another challenge is it has a, we can say, demonstration effect, where other juniors can get inspired, negatively inspired. I said that other than that, it impacts the overall work culture of the department, of the place where the individual is working, right? And last but not the least, and I would say one of the most important points is that corruption is addictive. Once you get into the habit of being corrupt, then there is no stopping. I mean, like, you just get addicted to it per se, right? So that is something which all of us can reflect upon when we are connecting the components of efficiency with corruption, right? So I hope all of you can connect with this specific dimension today. Like, I said that I'll continue this sub segment with respect to the relationship between, like, integrity and efficiency, and then after that we'll reflect upon integrity and corruption per se. So, when we are talking about efficiency and integrity, my first question pertaining to it is, can a person, okay, so integrity and efficiency, integrity and, so this has been done previous session. Now, so integrity and efficiency, as we proceed with this specific subdimension. Just a second. So, with respect to integrity and efficiency, we all can reflect upon the subsegment that, first and foremost, that uh, can one be efficient without integrity? Can one be efficient without integrity? Right? So, the moment this is asked, you always have to remember that it's not possible. No, the answer has to be no. Without integrity, corruption will creep in. Corruption will creep in. Then another question that arises is, like, is integrity the only condition for efficiency? Is integrity the only condition for efficiency? If someone asks this from you, right? So you have to share this, that no, it is necessary but not the only condition. Okay, but not the only condition required for efficiency. Required for efficiency, right? You can also share this, that integrity is like salt in a veg soup. Integrity is like salt in a veg soup. Like, if it's not there, the flavor will go bland. But if it is there, it adds a lot of meaning to its existence. Like, and while explaining this, you will draw this specific diagram, which I am presenting before all of you. So I guess it should have been like little, just a second. So yeah, so here we can put NPA, that is non-performing asset. Then comes useless. Then comes clever, evil. This is like clever, evil, and this is ideal. And this is the chart pertaining to integrity. And here comes other things, like we can consider intelligence, other conditions for like good performance, that is energy. It can be technical expertise, technical expertise, right? So yes, you can draw diagrams in your exam if it is supporting the content qualitatively. All right, Sakib. Now, so as we are discussing about it, we all can consider the possibilities I'm not able to get class. Any solution? I mean, is there a technical glitch that Shanwaz is experiencing, which we are not aware of? And if it can be helped out, please look into it, SME. So, when we are discussing about this possibility, okay, yeah, I mean, like the NPA is non-performing asset. I'll be substantiating you. समझाना नहीं शुरू किया. I'm like, it's like, let me just explain it, Snehilata. As I start substantiating and explaining, you'll start getting it, right? Let us go patient. Now, when we are asking this specific question, is integrity the only condition for efficiency? Means, just by exercising integrity, can we consider that a person will be efficient? Just what is integrity? The highest mode level, the utmost level of being honest, of being upright, right? So when we are talking about this possibility that just by being a person of integrity, it can be considered that you will be highly efficient. Now let us consider, you do have integrity, but if you don't have intelligence or energy or the technical expertise to be an IS officer. Now think about it. You are a very honest officer, very, very, very honest, very upright. You don't take a single penny extra. You don't take any bribes, any gifts, nothing. You are very upright, but you don't have the intelligence. Okay. So, like, let us say you have the integrity, but no intelligence to perform work, no energy to perform work, no technical expertise to perform work, right? So, in that situation, what will happen? You become a non performing asset. Why a non performing asset? So, non performing asset. When is this happening? So, when your, like, let's say, integrity is too high, but when it comes to the other part, like let's say, intelligence or, like, let's say, energy. So, in these aspects, you are low. So, this combination creates you as a non-performing asset. Non-performing asset means you have high level of integrity, but when it comes to the possibility of, like, let's say, performance, because you don't have the, we can say, skill sets. So in that situation, the person may experience the rigor. Like, let's say, I was sharing just in a previous session when we were discussing about aptitude battery, if you remember, an aptitude test. So at that time I said that the aptitude is put to test because in 2006 7 it was continually noticed that accounts and auditing services, the officers who are getting selected, they are not like being authentic, because they are the people who are unable to cope up with the level of mathematics and accountancy that is introduced for accounts and auditing services. And they are really struggling. They are unable to catch up. They are getting the professors removed continually. They are getting changed. So in that situation, DOPT took cognizance of it and complained about it to UPSC, that what standard of students are you getting selected? And we need people who can at least take care of the account services, who can take care of the, like, these audit services. So why this kind of possibility? Now, suppose an officer has got selected in UPSC exam, somehow made it through the probation exam, and the person has been put to office, and the person is struggling with basic mathematics, and the person is just putting signature. The person is not taking any bribe, the person is not taking any kind of gift. So the person is high in integrity, but doesn't know what the files are all about. The person cannot read through and calculate if or any kind of mistake has been committed by the lower staff or clerk or not. My signature is going. I am answerable for the signatures that are made, right? So when we are discussing about this, we can say dimension, we all can understand that integrity is very high of this revenue services officer or accounts and auditing officer. But because of poor levels of intelligence, expertise, the person becomes a non-performing asset for the system, right? Now let us consider the person is like highly corrupt. Okay, so you can see, suppose integrity is also low, and, like, let us say the person's intelligence or capability to work the energy, the technical expertise, suppose all that is also low. In such a situation, the person becomes useless for the system. How? There was, I'm forgetting the name of the series, but there was this series which came on this IPS officer. related to Bihar, who was able to catch hold of a notorious criminal, who was, yeah, Khaki, exactly. So in Khaki, there was this character of Ashutosh Rana, who is a DIG who later gets promoted to IG. So that fellow, he's struggling to even use a computer. And when his computer was changed into a laptop, he complained it to the tech team that, are you like crazy? I mean, I had such a big laptop earlier, and now you have got this small little box, and that too, it's so thin and so teeny tiny. And earlier, I had such a huge laptop, the size should have grown up. So the fellow said that, sir, this is smarter, this is faster, this is quicker, this can store more data. I was like, is it this little thing, this thin and this weightless instrument, is it capable? It's like, yes, sir, it is. He's like, okay. Now he's surprised. So you can sense that this guy, he lacks technical expertise. He doesn't feel comfortable around technology or doesn't understand the basic ABC of technology, right? And that too, there are cases whereby cyber cell is like getting connected to him seeking extra permission, crime branch is getting connected to him seeking extra permission. In such a situation, a senior official doesn't have any technical expertise or know-how related to a basic computer. So you don't have intelligence and energy. And that man has a very low level of integrity. He's trying to be in good books of politicians. He's trying to be in good books of like hooligans. He's just trying to I could say hogwash the situation and butter up everyone, right? So in that situation, if you remember the character of Ashutosh Rana in Khaki and the way he is saying that, Are Babu, you should have said this thing to me, or you should have shared what plan you are having, or like how you are reaching out to the seniors. So every time he's trying to make a liaison, every time he's trying to set up a basic, we can say, kind of, we can say, he's trying to shape up the possibilities, and he's trying to establish a good rapport, like with his bosses, with his seniors, with politicians, so that he is able to get the like meaty postings, promotions, etc. So such an individual who's having low level of integrity means highly corrupt and is also not having efficiency for the job. Such a person is actually useless for the system. Okay. And that's why you don't have to get inspired by such individuals even if you watch them in movies or TV series. Then we can come across a third category. Like we all can consider such people who have like very high level of intelligence. Okay. So intelligence, and like let us consider when it comes to energy, when it comes to expertise, all this is like really high. Okay. And like let us say such a person has low level of integrity. Okay. The integrity quotient is fairly low. So such a person becomes clever evil for any aspect of the system. Clever evil. If the person will be a businessman, the person will become Vijay Mallya. Okay. If the person is a bureaucrat, the person will become like very caustic for the system, costing the system like millions of rupees. Those officers who are caught with 300 crore, 500 crore, 1000 crore siphoning of fund, they are the individuals who are qualifying for this given possibility, right? So clever evil, when we are speaking of this given dimension, right? So clever evil, these people can be associated with politicians, they can be associated as bureaucrats, you can associate them as businessmen, anyone having high level of intelligence, energy and expertise, but low level of like integrity. So they know the know-how, but they know how to like create a mess. You can also connect them with those individuals like, see, those who are committing cyber fraud. So those individuals, it's not that they do not know, right? They have a lot of knowledge, but they are manipulating it. Those doctors who are facilitating, like we can say, organ racket, organ trafficking, it's not that they don't know their job, but they are misusing their knowledge, their expertise, their talent. So you can connect with this given possibility, right? Okay. Now, when we are speaking of this given subsegment, we can further connect it with like individuals who have, like we can say, high level of integrity, as well as individuals who have like high level of energy, expertise, okay, energy, expertise, and intelligence. So When we are speaking of such kind of individuals, we all can connect this possibility that such individuals, they prove to be ideal for the system. Ideal for the system because they are going to set up a benchmark whereby everyone is going to like benefit from it, from the people to the system, right, to we can say even the department, right? So such individuals are ideal. Like you can think of E Sridharan, the metro man. He like not only made the Delhi metro functional, but it is one of those rarest metros in the world which is profiteering and making a lot of money. Unlike like say on a one hand the metro rail is running, and on the other hand the normal railways is running, but railways incur so much of loss, right? Whereas metro is making so much of money. You see metros across the world, many metros are running on loss, but Delhi metro is like profiteering big time. So when we are speaking of this given possibility, that high level of integrity, energy, expertise that leads to ideal, then you can also think of not only E. Sridharan, think of APJ Abdul Kalam, think of Verghese Kurian, think of, yes, Armstrong Pame. So you can think of these examples and you can substantiate it further. Okay. So this is how you're supposed to connect with integrity, efficiency, and corruption. Okay. So when we are further adding to this given sub segment, we can also think of like the third part, which is again, it has already been explained, but no worries, we'll just take it up little. So when we are talking about integrity, again, when we are talking about efficiency and corruption, so when we are talking of integrity and corruption and the correlationship per se, because see, in when we are talking about let's say integrity and efficiency, so somewhere like efficiency, despite having efficiencies, there's if there's no integrity, that does lead to corruption. So somewhere things are correlated, right? Acha, there's one more thing which I can add over here pertaining to this given subsegment which I was discussing, that is integrity the only condition for efficiency? So I said that no, it's not the only condition, but it's the most vital condition, right? So in this given possibility, probably I can also add one more quotation of Warren Buffett. So Warren Buffett had said this given dimension, that employers usually look for usually look for three qualities. Usually look for three qualities. Okay, just a second. Okay, so employers usually look for three qualities, and as he was substantiating that, he said three qualities in future employees. So as he was saying that, he connected it to integrity, intelligence, and energy. And he said that if you don't have the first one, that is integrity, the other two work against the company, Why? Because the person has a lot of intelligence and energy to work, but the person does not have integrity. So the person will start doing corrupt acts, siphoning funds, taking away resources, misusing the resources, and whatnot, right? So that's something which we can consider connected with the possibility of what Warren Buffett suggested, associated with the correlation between integrity and when we are talking about energy efficiency or intelligence. So that's the smartness that you need to have when you are talking about hiring individuals. That's the basic that you need. Okay, so that's something which we all can again connect in the answer related to this. I again encourage all of you the foundational values for civil services, the additional reading material that I have provided, please go through it. On Friday, when I shared that with you, there was a a reason for it, because when I saw many of you who are beginners in this discipline, not having any academic background, and have this area being so vital, 250 marks, so it's important for all of you to run through, revise, and create a breakthrough in this discipline. So it's very important for you to first understand the concepts, then make keynotes, and then revise it. So please do so. Just run through the material, understand the basics. Then you can see the bullet point notes which I have shared related to ethics notes. You can straight away jump to foundational values of civil services, and you can see how the key points are created, and you can get inspired that in a similar way notes have to be made. All right, that will create a definite breakthrough. Because always remember, never ever in your life you have developed expertise in any discipline at any age till the time you have really worked towards it. All right, so a bit of hustling is required. That is something which creates a sense of understanding and breakthrough. Now let us come up with the last subsegment after these two. So this one had been done in the previous session. This one is something which we created, like, is integrity the only condition for efficiency? And as we are further moving ahead, we can further go ahead with the third relationship, that is integrity and corruption per se, right? So, but ma'am, how do we judge a person's integrity in an interview? Hardeep, you leave it to us. All right. You don't have to become the person who has to conduct the interview. Ask your parents that when your friends come, how can they sense the personality of your friends, the lacunas, the strengths, the weaknesses, right? How are they able to sense while serving them some snack, something to eat, maybe some tea or coffee to drink, or maybe some lassi or something like that to drink? How are they able to sense the personality of the child when they are saying, oh, that friend of yours is good, or that friend, please stay away from that person, or that person is like this? How are they able to sense? In the similar manner, we, if including I, because whenever I meet students like you all, even when you, the way you people write the responses, if you engage with me 3 to 4 sets of conversation, I can start doing your personality mapping. It's very easy, because there are certain traits, choice of language, pertaining to the thought process, which can be traced. And I have been a part of the mock interviews since 2014. So over the years, sitting interview after interview, we can sense that the problems actually, if not corrected during the class, majority of the times it is ignored during the class, but that is the problem. We cannot ignore the problems in the class with respect to the language, the example, the thought process, anything. If a child is going hostile, or being careless, or ill disciplined, or anything of that sort in the class, it is going to have a definite repercussion in the interview. Because whatever you carry as a personality 365 days, on the day of the interview you just exhibit it subtly, and the board just stamps it approved, disapproved, simple. So rather than getting the stamp of approved, disapproved, it's better to inculcate those values the rest of the 365 days. And the only set of formal conversation that you can have is this. So the way you engage with me, the kind of questions that you raise, the language that you use, that's why I always encourage you, work on your grammar, write proper sentences, raise the questions correctly, right? Because improper language, or many of you who on an average can deal with some kind of imbalanced language, that's something which is it creates a rupture. And as far as the issue of psychologist is concerned, Pulkit, there is a professor from Aligarh Muslim University, very senior to me, definitely. So he had been a part of the UPSC interviews, and as a psychologist, and his role was just keeping mum, observing the child. He used to be the last person to ask the interview, and ask the questions in the interview. And the chairperson, means the member UPSC who is chairing the interview, is not necessarily a psychologist. Can be an ex bureaucrat, can be an ex academician, mostly academicians. Let me share that with you. Mostly academicians, very few bureaucrats, because bureaucracy is not the sub segment which necessarily enables you to evaluate a personality. It is professors with a lot of theories and application in terms of evaluating students in their 20s continually at university level, that they have a better sense of personality mapping. Okay, as a bureaucrat, as you keep growing, as you keep getting promoted, you have different ages and batches of officers with whom you're interacting. But a capability to analyze a raw fresh face who's in early 20s or mid 20s or late 20s, whatever, that possibility is quite sharp in professors. That's why you'll see a lot of UPSC members will be academicians. Other members also who are invited to be a part of the board are also many a time academicians. Okay, they can be sociologists, they can be, yes, psychology professors, they can be philosophy professors. As per the suitability, okay, they are invited. If suppose forest services interviews are going on, then some expert associated with, we can say, agriculture or forestry or something like that will also be invited. So that is how it is done. So yes, for civil services, you need to have all the three qualities: integrity, efficiency, and corruption when we are talking about it. Okay. So, as far as I know, Rahul, Professor Pushpesh Pant was never a UPSC member. Okay, Professor Pushpesh Pant was only a university professor, but yes, he has been capable of sitting for mock interviews and giving quite interesting analysis of personality profiling of the students. So that's what. All right, now as we are substantiating this possibility further ahead, we all can now connect it, the possibility of let's say integrity and corruption. So as we reflect upon this given subsegment, you all can think of this thing. What is corruption? So corruption is moral impurity, or we can say lack of moral reasoning. And then if I ask that, what is integrity? Then what is integrity? What would you consider it to be? So integrity will be, we can consider moral reasoning plus intelligent or intellectual reasoning, right? So it will be intellectual reasoning, right? This moral reasoning. This is the correlation now you can see. So integrity comes from moral reasoning plus intellectual reasoning. If corruption is prevailing in the system, if a person is going corrupt, one of the core elements of being a person of integrity will go missing. That means moral reasoning will go missing if you are exercising lack of moral reasoning or moral impurity per se. All right. Ma'am, will academicians prefer students with not from great background academically? Yes, Bhavna. There was Avnish Sharan. He is an IS officer in Chhattisgarh, a boy from Bihar. Now, definitely, he was around my batch. So, you can consider that he is quite senior as an IS officer. But in his 12th board, he had 46% marks. We were surprised when he got selected because of whatever personal reasons he could not score well in 12th standard. 46, can you understand, a person who's barely passing? In graduation also he was not a great scorer, a second divisioner. Okay, and but he was diligent with respect to his work. He held all the personality traits. Please understand, for bureaucracy there is a specific kind of personality that you need. Like if a person is too bright, too intelligent, too out of the box, such a person will really hustle to make it even to the final list, even to reach up to the interview level. I've seen gold medalists from IITs and IMs and Delhi University and JNU not even clearing prelims or mains. That has also happened. So please understand this. It is nothing to do with achievement test. I've taught you this given dimension. I was talking about aptitude test. It's not to do with achievement test, what you have gained in the past. It is associated with aptitude test, whether you hold that aptitude for future, whether you are an ethical person and understand the dynamics of ethics or not, right? Whether you hold the capability to comprehend the possibilities well or not, basic elementary level of mathematical skills or not, an understanding of the constitution or not, whether you have an understanding of history, art, and culture or not. So it does not have to do with what academic skills you possessed in the past in school or college, how much marks you got, because that is achievement test. This is aptitude test. What skills are required for the services? Are you able to build on the basics of the skills while preparing for this exam or not? That is put to test through prelims and mains. And if you are able to prove it, in the interview, see, the focus is not on factual questions. Out of 10 questions, maybe 4 or 5 or 6 questions will be asked that will be factual. That can be possible. But if you miss 2 or 3 questions, that's okay. No one minds that. It doesn't backfire against you because it's just a factual question. We all can see, we can sense that the child has qualified the mains. That means the factual base is clear. What really makes a difference is in opinion based question. If you become communal, if you are motivated by some hate sentiment, if you are unable to uphold the diversity of this country, linguistic, religious, cultural, racial, all forms of diversity of this country, if you are unable to uphold the sovereignty of this country, if you are unable to uphold the values of justice, and all that is put to test through situation based questions, through, and what is situation based question? Like a case study, which we will be dealing the moment we are completing this chapter, right? So there will be a lot of segments through which your personality will be put to test, or like some current affairs is going on, your opinion will be asked, not facts. Your opinion, if you were an officer, what would you have done? Or what is happening, what is your opinion about it? Okay, so opinion based questions should never be dug. Case studies or situation based questions should never be dug, because that's the real time when your personality is put to test, right? Okay. Yes, doesn't matter whether you were a university topper or not. That's like for 10 seconds impression. Oh, the child looks academically bright and promising. That's it. But the moment you open your mouth and the kind of thought process you exercise, that is something which creates a breakthrough. That is something which creates a difference, right? Okay. Deepthi, I have received a CC. I cannot understand what is CC. Is it for copy? I mean, for what I'm saying, approving that? Or is it some question that you were typing and we missed it? So, what kind of personality a bureaucrat should have? Prakhar, the personality should be based on all foundational values that I have been teaching for like past almost 2 lectures, right? We are about to complete it. So, memorize this chapter. This is the backbone of mains and interview, both. Backbone of both. You mess it up in the paper of this ethics, because loss of foundational values creates ethical dilemma. A person who is not very strong with the foundational values will be a person who will be stuck with ethical dilemma. What is ethical dilemma? When you're confused about your basic values, then only you don't understand what is the right thing to do, what is the wrong thing to do, right? Like suppose someone is saying that the shopkeeper is looking here and there, so can you take few candies? Last time the shopkeeper charged you extra, and suppose you have put your hand in the and your friend is like, let's pick just 2 chocolates. In that situation, it will be your values, okay, or we can say the ethics which you were exposed to, the values which should have inspired you, and the morals that you have developed, your inner sense of right and wrong that you have developed, is going to create a difference. The moral reasoning that you have is going to create a difference whether you pick the candy or not. So a person whose experiences ethical dilemma, should I take or I shouldn't take? A person whose like moral values are not strong. A person whose moral values is strong is like, oh, that shopkeeper charged me extra, I'll change the shop. I won't purchase. If he's trying to make more profit, which is going to cost me more on my pocket, there are shops which are providing better discount. But that is not serving as a ground that I start becoming a thief. I start stealing things around. So only when you are a person of high value, only you are a person of high level of moral purity, that you will never ever experience the confusion what to do. What to do is what? Your value system is not profound. Okay. Code of ethics and code of conduct, the last chapter which I'll be discussing, that also fixes this topic. How? Because code of ethics determines the standards you need to achieve, and code of conduct determines what all instructions need to be followed. Conduct means how to behave. Code of ethics means certain guiding principles, what has to be followed. So, code of ethics providing the guiding principles, code of conduct talking about the rules, regulations, and behavior. Do this, do that. So, that also will fix these values, because they also will be inspiring how you should behave in a specific situation. Memorizing these chapters well will always help you to solve a situation better, whether as a case study or situation based question asked in the interview. This is the backbone. That's why I always say that to those students also who are going for the interview, that please be thorough with the foundational values of civil services chapter, which is there in your ethics paper 4. Be very thorough with it. I mean, just imbibe it in your personality in letter and spirit. Not just the words are echoing out of you, you feel those words. And those words help you to actually arrive at the best solution in a given situation. All right. So, no, subject wise marks are not observed. Yog Maya. Uphold constitutional values. Yes, so very true. So, with respect to this, I hope I have explained to majority of you. SME, please help me. There are a lot of other miscellaneous queries also. So, yes, a loss of values creates that pulkit. This is there. No personal questions. Let's stick to the academic questions, Ajay. That will be much better. So, with respect to this, when we are further moving ahead, this last question is becoming overlapping. SME, just see what is the technical glitch. The before Akula and after Rahul, there is some student who has written in between, and I can't read the comment because there are two levels which are getting overlapped. Warren Buffett, you don't know Moina who is Warren Buffett? Google search who is this personality, okay? And why is this personality important? No worries, it's okay. You don't need to know the world. You just need to get introduced to the world, right? So Ravi Kumar Sihag, who secured 18th rank in UPSC, is also an average student. Yes, yes. Before Ravi Kumar Sihag, there was this guy. He was All India second or third rank with geography, and he was a very average student from a private engineering college. Yes, Junaid Ahmad. Thank you. So Junaid Ahmad also, he was a very average student. He was not from any IITs or any, we can say, triple ITs or BIT also. Nothing. He was from a regular private engineering college. In private engineering college also, he was not the topper. He was an average performer, having a 7 CGP, 6.5 to 7 CGP. That's what he had. And with 6.5 to 7 CGPA, he appeared for the UPSC. He first cleared revenue services. Later on, like 2 or 3 years later, he was topping all India. So that was also there. So here, reasoning, how can we reconnect to all the three values? With due diligence, practice, introspection, right? That's what it can help you to realize in what segments of thought a person is, like, we can consider weak, and how to develop that. So let us come to case studies, and you will be able to identify the possibility. Yes, that means, Zeba, that not being from any fancy college, also you can clear this exam. You don't have to ever get demotivated. In the panel, you can find students coming from remote areas of Chhattisgarh, remote areas of Jharkhand, remote areas of Northeast, remote areas of Tamil Nadu, remote areas of Karnataka, Kerala, all different parts of India. Students who are even fumbling to speak correct English. Flawlessly, they cannot speak English. They are fluent with their mother tongue, and they are framing the sentences. You can see the struggle to recall the content, to frame the language, and to speak. You can see all that. But what you are seeing through is, see, language training can happen the moment you go to academy. 6 months of language training is done. So that's not a problem. What you actually see through, penetrate through, is the person possessing all the right foundational values required for civil servants? Is the person able to articulate the content sufficiently and correctly? Is the person well informed? Is the person having the correct opinions which are pro constitution? If every quarter is well kept and the person has been able to be assertive about it, then a bit of grammar going here and there, left and right, does not impact so much. Okay, so that's what. Now, so fluency in English, it does matter, Shreyansh, to a certain extent towards the beginning of the interview. But as the interview starts unfolding, within, I would say, 2 to 3 minutes, the entire board starts focusing on the intent of the content. What is the intent behind the content? What is the thought behind the content? What is the nature of the content being spoken, rather than the language and the fluency in it, the accent in it. Mind that. All right. Now, okay, let's get back to with this specific dimension. So when we are talking about it, you don't have to. So what encourages corruption? Okay, so what encourages corruption? When we are talking about it, we can see that consumerism, materialism, the aspiration to move through shortcuts. Okay, so preferring shortcuts. Okay, preferring shortcuts, these are, we can consider the things, okay, because of which the, we can say, integrity is lost. Integrity uh, can be compromised. Integrity can be compromised, and if integrity can be compromised, then definitely that will lead to corruption, right? So now you can also connect it with one more possibility. You can also understand that confusion over values. Who experiences confusion over values? Okay, the person whose internal locus of control is weak. So internal locus of control, okay, internal locus of control, if it is weak, if weak, then in that situation it transfers into, okay, transfers into, it transfers into external locus of control. Okay, then it starts exercising in your behavior. Okay, it starts becoming a part of your behavior, expression. That's what. Now, make a pre-plan of what questions we are going to ask. There are two segments. If you have to ask factual question or some case study kind of question, that's a pre-preparation. But on an average, there is enough raw material that is provided on the spot on the basis of the detailed application form. Just a quick scan with it, and you know that what are the segments and areas that you have to ask. On an average, before the interview, some 400 to 500 odd questions can be created for a student and given to the student, that these are the expected areas or range of expected areas from where questions can potentially be asked. Though because of the subjectivity of interview and the human dynamics involved in it, because a human being can have his own experience and past which can inspire a set of questions, so that also like shapes the interview. But the tentative framework of what are the potential questions, some 400 500 questions can be prepared seeing a person's DAF, that can be there. So like it varies, Pulkit. In certain cases interviews have lasted 15 minutes, but on an average 30 to 35 minutes. On a high side, there have been situations where interviews have lasted for 45 minutes also, but 45 or 15 are two extreme ends, not generally exercised. 30 to 35 is what is generally exercised. All right, Vishal. 15 is like either you're so disappointed you don't want to continue with the interview, or you're so impressed that you are like there's no point to drag the questions and the interview further. You are very like assured and of the candidate, and you're like, yes, this is the person whom you need, and you just ask the person to leave, you give good marks, and that's it. I remember there was this girl Ekta Kapta during like 2008 or 9. So Ekta Kapta had 215 marks in the interview, 215, mind it. And her interview lasted barely for 16 minutes or so. That's it. Rajni Razdan ma'am's board, and she was very impressed with her interview. She was like, yeah, okay, fine, go. and she was so scared that, oh my god, my interview was like barely for like 15, 16 minutes, and how much I'm going to get. But when the results came, like, she was in revenue services and she was having a 215 marks, but she did not join because she didn't want revenue services. She cleared Himachal PCS and she had second rank in Himachal PCS, and presently she is a senior official in Himachal Pradesh. So that's how things happen. Different people, different journeys. All right. Yes, Apala also got 225. That's what. You will find people getting 209 or 10, but remember, 200 plus is a rare phenomena. Anything above 180 is really good. Okay, and that determines that if you have written mains very well, you are unstoppable to become an IAS officer. Okay, now I'm like really like happy to see that all of you are connecting at least with the importance of this chapter and how it can change the game for you even at the level of interview. Now, with respect to this, when we are talking about this, that what efforts are made by the government to encourage integrity. So you'll see there is Civil Services Day that is celebrated. Officers with integrity are rewarded. You will find that there is a separate column of integrity which has to be filled by your senior as per your performance in your appraisal reports. So that is also taken care of while providing you appraisal. You can also find that integrity is put to test, like when we are talking about the integrity clause being taken care of while making higher appointments. Okay, so for higher appointments at senior cabinet level, the integrity clause is duly taken care of. Okay, again, when we are talking about suggestions how to improve integrity, we can see that other kind of solutions can come up, like you can create integrity surveys in every 5 years. You can also provide integrity recognition certificates to the officials. You can go ahead, like for example, ICC, it started an integrity app so that any person who's experiencing any kind of corruption amongst cricketers, the person can complaint in the integrity app. In the similar manner, we can launch an integrity app for bureaucracy as well, if like like there are any live cases whereby a person is into any form of corruption that gets reported. Simultaneously, we can also talk of IMF had started a hotline handling all the cases, allegations against staff misconduct. In the similar manner, we can start a civil servants related a hotline which can take care of like the misconduct which is happening at their level. Again, there is an integrity pact that was created between Transparency International and the countries. So that was the thing that the government and the vendor, they are going to maintain integrity at all times. If that happens, if at any point of time the integrity pact is broken, the deal goes off. And that was the reason why the VVIP choppers case, Augusta Westland case, all those who are aware of it, India lost the deal because in Augusta Westland case, despite the integrity pact, we were unable to keep up with it. In the similar manner, we can have these kind of integrity pacts at local level when we are getting into local contracts with the contractors. Okay, and there can be a body which is keeping a watch over it, and if at any given point of time that is not maintained, the contract can be called off with certain specific type of. In Transparency International is an international body. It is expected that you know about it because you have done governance. So just read about Transparency International, please. It's this body. It is not only providing the survey pertaining to the ranking of the countries as per their levels of corruption, but it is also like laying down a lot of insights, benchmarks, uh, we can say interventions pertaining to what needs to be done for making a corruption free world. All right. Why does realize that after interview you could be better than that, like as and others and so on? That will keep happening bit by bit. Okay, so just keep thinking about it. Yes, those are facts, India's ranking and stuff. So now, when we are speaking of this given possibility, with respect to, like, we can consider integrity and ethics, we can further possibility possibly move towards the dimension of how integrity is different from honesty. This was something which in previous lecture I had requested all of you that please read and come. So please read it once again. I request you. It's a simple one free flow information I've created for all of you so that you just read it and you are able to get the basics pertaining to what is integrity, what is honesty. They are synonymous words. What is the hairline difference and how they both are supporting each other, how they both are connected to each other. Then how to inculcate integrity. So through model learning, through like we all can see the component of reward and punishment, we can see sensitivity training and code of ethics and code of conduct, which I was just speaking of some time back. So you can just think of it. So model learning is the reason why I keep giving you examples of highly upright officers, like for example Armstrong Pame or Poma Tudu or these people whom I keep quoting. Reward and punishment is something more like as it is correctly written, carrot and stick approach, whereby you are constantly motivating individuals with high level of value to remain motivated to keep contributing to the system meaningfully and to make a difference accordingly, right? Again, we all can connect it with, we can consider the sensitivity training, which is we can consider a part of the training that ought to be given to officials so that they know how to come across the vulnerable sections, take care of multidimensional issues without losing that connect with the larger society, that compassion for the society that they have to serve. Again, code of ethics and code of conduct, it lays down the benchmarks and also the behavior that ought to be followed at all times as a civil servant. Now comes the component of dedication towards public service. So dedication is yet another, we can consider foundational values pertaining to civil services. So what is the difference between we can consider no problem, Bhavna, if you don't know about this, you can just Google search it or you can watch. A lot of videos were posted from a lot of good news channels on YouTube. So you can follow them and you can get an idea associated with the case, all right? Not knowing certain facts is okay. That will give you a basic breakthrough related to IR as well, Bhavna. Okay, so go through it. Just watch. It's not a 2 minutes thing. It will be a 5 to 10 minutes video. Watch it and you'll get an idea associated with what it was. So yes, Shanvaz, I saw that what you are asking is like some cricketers are using medicines to strengthen their arm. See, there can be supplements that people can eat to strengthen their skills. Till the time it is permissible by the medical board, it's perfectly fine. Okay. If it is not permissible, because there are a list of drugs which are not permissible, and a person can be like banned on the grounds of doping, Shanvaz. So, if someone is taking something as a medical supplement, like for example, people do have calcium, they do have vitamin D3. In the similar manner, if someone is taking some kind of supplement to strengthen one's performance, that's perfectly fine. Okay. So, now, integrity and corruption not clear. What is not clear, Ajay? Corruption is a loss of integrity. What is corruption? It is not having integrity, right? So that is how they are corrected. I mean, if we are talking about this given possibility, I mean, oh my God, I don't know when I explain, do you people take down the keywords? Do you revise? Integrity and corruption, I said that what is integrity? I mean, oh God, you just have to memorize this basic piece of information and it will be clear. So, integrity, what is integrity? Integrity is, we all can see, it is having moral reasoning. When your brain is logically ticking, what is the right thing to do and why I should do it? Simple. If you don't have that logical reasoning, what is the right thing to do and why I should do it, you will become a corrupt person because you will experience confusion. You'll be like, God knows what I should do, what I should not do. So, confusion over values, what is the right thing to do, what is the wrong thing to do, it happens only when there is poor sense of integrity in your value system. When your levels of integrity are not strengthened, right? So, then only the internal locus of control. I've written all the keywords and I've explained the keywords. All you need to do is memorize it. All right. So when we are talking about this internal locus of control, you are supposed to like understand that internal locus of control is associated with your own sense of right and wrong. All right, Ajay? right? So when your own sense of right and wrong is not correct, in that situation, what happens is that when it is weak, that will encourage you to behave in a manner which may not always be morally guided or correct. That will be leading to external locus of control in the form of corrupt action. How does a person loses internal locus of control, or how does a person lose moral reasoning? It can be because you have not been morally been exposed, you have not been socialized well by your family, teachers, educational institutions. It can be possible when you have not practiced it continually in your life. It can be possible when you're guided by consumerism. I want these shoes, these books, these, like, things, this kind of clothes, this kind of luxury items. In that situation, when this version of consumerism is touching upon you and someone is offering it for free, some businessman for getting a deal done is offering it for free, and when there is lack of moral reasoning, why should I take? Have I earned it? Is it permissible in ethics and like code of ethics, code of conduct? Okay, so and what cost will be paid by whom if I provide this person this contract unethically and the person does not prepare things properly? And if, like, let's say the person is to create a bridge and I allow the person to create a bridge, and if the bridge is not constructed with strong material, if it collapses, poor people will die, a lot of helpless people will die, a lot of, we can say, innocent lives will be gone. So lack of compassion, lack of sensitivity, lack of understanding of ethical code, or we can say code of ethics and code of conduct. Okay, all these possibilities mixed with consumerism or materialism or our idea to make some quick money will encourage us to go corrupt. That's the correlation. So loss of integrity which leads to corruption is because of this. I hope that's clear. All right, moving ahead further. So when we are speaking of this given possibility, and when we discuss the next civil services pertaining to, like, dedication towards public service, Ajay, is it explained? Yeah, okay, great. How about you, Snehlata? Is it clear? I think you also had raised some question because of your internet connectivity getting lost. Okay. So can we use Gandhi's talisman? Yes, Gandhi's talisman is one sure shot solution for many queries as such. Now, dedication towards public service, when we are speaking of it, we all can connect it with the possibility that, in fact, when you are asking about Gandhi's talisman, I'm inspired to share a quotation of Mahatma Gandhi. Okay, you can, I'll probably note it down. You can just write down this, like, integrity is integral to a healthy society, to a healthy society. um, a healthy society produces a healthy government, and a healthy government in turn, and a healthy government in turn produces a healthy nation, a healthy nation. All right, and this is Mahatma Gandhi. So you can use this as well. Okay. So now, so when we are speaking of it, SME, please help Tushar. He has again forgotten Gandhiji's talisman. So when I think that should be embedded as a rock bed in your understanding. So all those students who have forgotten Gandhiji's talisman. So because I have imbibed it as a part of my thought process, Shanavas. That's how it becomes. So, ma'am, if someone is from foreign country wants to reward you with gifts for your integrity, well, it should be permissible by the department. You cannot accept anything from anyone randomly. Okay. No, not president's approval, but there are certain protocols to be followed. The department is involved. The day you get stuck in such a situation, Amrit, think about it. First, think about getting selected. All right. So If you're unable to like recall exact quotation, Nitesh, in that situation, what you're supposed to do is, do not put it under quotation marks. Just write down that Gandhi ji said that, put a dash, and then write the keywords, the exact expressions or phrases that you remember, just underline that part. So that will indicate that the keywords which was used by Gandhi ji have been underlined. That's also one of the methods. Another method is, some students forget the quotation source itself, who has spoken it, but they remember the quote. In that situation, you can always write as it has been popularly said, or as it has been popularly shared. So that's also one of the methods. Okay. SME, please share to the students what is Gandhi's talisman. Arey, bhool gaye. That's like God. The thing that when you find the poorest person in your life, whenever you are stuck in an ethical dilemma, what is the right thing to do in a given situation, then recall the poorest person that you have seen in your lifetime. Try to recall the face of that person and ask yourself, the action that you will perform, will it directly or indirectly help the person or not? If it is going to help the person or any such person, then you can go ahead with your act. If not, then you don't need to like bother about it, right? Remember that. You have read in all NCRT books introduction, the first page contains Gandhi's talisman, right? So don't worry, Anusha, you're not missing out on the previous quote, which it has been written. So I don't need to repeat. Okay. Now, with respect to this, it's there in NCRT, it is there even in the IGNU. So it's just that we need to have a better sense of connectivity, that how through textbooks also ethics is tried to be inculcated in us throughout our education system. Indirectly, the education system tried to inculcate ethics in it. It's just that how far we were successful to pay attention to those basic details. Our teachers were able to inspire us with those basic details and encourage us to move in that direction. Anyway, so with respect to this, when we are talking about dedication towards public service, my question is, what is the difference between commitment and dedication? Yes. What is the difference between commitment and dedication, people? So, with respect to dedication, I can say perseverance. Yes, what is the difference between commitment and dedication? I'm not asking the meaning of dedication. I'm asking the difference between commitment and dedication. All right. So, perseverance is the work that we do after getting tired. Tired likhna tha. So, after getting tired, doing all the hard work. After getting tired, doing all the hard work. All right. And we can also connect it with the possibility of this. So, dedication includes perseverance, which means steady persistence, shown in achieving a particular task despite difficulties and discouragement. Anyway, so as I have just written this for all of you, now let me see what all of you have come up with. So dedication is necessary to fulfill commitment. Commitment is driven by strong value system, whereas dedication is type of motivation. Okay, Jagrati. Commitment, the work that we agree or get into. Dedication is the perseverance that we put into it. All right. So you want to say dedication is the target and commitment is the target and dedication is the performance, Sriram? Should I understand that given possibility? Commitment involves putting hard work while dedication adds interest or a sense of joy. Okay, very good, Bhuvneshwari. Simply put, dedication is you set example or someone inspiration maybe, and commitment is just your word value. Okay, dedication is something unsaid, declared. Okay, okay. So you can just focus on my notes, Ajay. You have not studied my notes, no? Despite repetitive requests on Friday to make it work for Friday, entire day, Saturday, Sunday, 3 days again you wasted, right? So rather than complaining about the Byju's book, will it not be advisable that the additional material now I'm sharing, you start working on it, right? Okay, now with respect to it. So it's very easy to, feel helpless. It is very important to hold the support systems which are created now. So commitment is a measure of passion, rather dedication is parameter. Okay, all right, all right. Interestingly put, Mayank. Commitment end based, all right. Again, dedication, action, commitment. Okay, now all of you have come up with your explanations pertaining to it. So, no, in the morning when I said, Ajay, that who all have studied the notes of foundational values, then you said, no, not read. I remember that. I remember the response of almost every student. Remember that, Ajay. I do not forget. And I do not forget the students who regularly interact with me, the patterns they possess. Okay, whoever they are, almost with names. I remember that. So, and it's just been 5 sessions. You interact more frequently with me, you will be leading to all the possibilities you possess. Like I can say that you are a very committed student who is, like, in past 4 5 sessions has improved even upon your expression to how to raise questions, which I noticed that the first day, the third day, the fifth day, and today there has been a visible growth in the way you have started framing the questions, and I really appreciate that. So in the similar manner, I note students with respect to this. Okay, so don't worry, it's just that you have to keep working, all of you. Now, so with respect to these possibilities, when we are reflecting upon the other dimensions pertaining to this dedication and commitment, which all of you have come up with the dimension, say something about Vandana Shiva, founder of Navdanya. Amazing woman, I would say, when it comes to thought and action. She has really contributed meaningfully pertaining to nature, and her, we can say, championing the cause of environment has been amazing. But that will be little out of box discussion right now, isn't it, Akhilesh? If every student starts coming up with some inspiring personality randomly, and ma'am, please speak about him or her, it will just take us away from the discussion we are taking up, right? So I'll try to incorporate her in like some example once again. Now, when we are speaking of this given possibility pertaining to dedication and commitment, let us reflect upon the possibility. All right, thank you, Nitesh. Let us get back to the topic now. So commitment and dedication. Commitment is like, suppose you have promised yourself that I will be studying 9 hours per day or 8 hours per day. So you, like matching the clock, you are completing that target. That's commitment. That you have promised certain thing, certain targets, and you are completing it. So a committed officer, okay, we can say a committed doctor, a committed teacher. That's commitment. You promised, you delivered. What is dedication? Dedication is when you go an extra mile, when you go an extra mile, that even when the work is completed, you are thinking about it, how to improve upon the quality, how to improve upon, like suppose if the teacher is there, then how to improve upon the examples, how to improve upon the notes, how to create a building bridge, how to ease the possibility. Suppose it is a doctor, how to come up with simpler solutions, what's happening around the world, what are some local solutions, some alternate solutions which are available, which can also ease the process. Again, suppose you are a lawyer, you are reflecting upon the other instruments, legal instruments that can be used, which can pave the way of, we can say, speeding up the process of getting the judgment done. So when we are speaking of all these possibilities pertaining to dedication towards public service, we all can understand that any person who is going an extra mile means, suppose you are a student and after your 8 or 9 hours of studying hours is over, then also while brushing, while bathing, while eating, while, getting ready, while traveling, all the time you're just thinking and introspecting and connecting with what you have studied, or you're joining the dots, you're putting it to revision, you are having some cue cards in your pocket, you are having some, like, let's say, you're in your own recorded voice, the topics in which you are stuck, you have recorded it in your own voice, and while you are jogging or while you are traveling, so with one earphone clear, because one ear should always be clear so that you have a cue about what's happening in your environment, and in the other you have put the headphone and you are listening in your own voice the same topic, the same concept, by and by on the loop. So you are revising the concept continuously, and that is also fixing your basics, right? So that is something which is coming from dedication, walking that extra mile, and that walking that extra mile is called perseverance. So commitment is fulfilling the target, fulfilling the duty. Dedication is running the extra mile. Okay, means exercising perseverance. All right. I hope that's getting clear to all of you. Like the example of dedication can be Gandhiji in Champaran, and after Champaran Satyagraha, uplifting the poor. Yes, yes, yes. So how and which are the personalities I can write as example? Anyone from current or past who you can see is has set up some local or global or national level examples is quite popular. Everyone seems to know the person. Not that someone who is your domestic help or someone who's in your family has to be an eminent personality. Eminent means people know the person. That person can be used as an example. So you can make a list of such individuals who inspire you or whose narratives have inspired you. So that's why, like, because Gandhiji, everyone knows, so that is quoted. When I talk about ethical dilemmas and we can say moral inquiry, I keep borrowing examples from Mahabharata as well, because everyone knows the stories of Mahabharata and the moral inquiries raised there, right? Again, we can connect with a lot of, we can say, examples coming from various other sources as well, right? When we are thinking of the given possibility, so that's how you build that specific skill. Yes, you can think of Ramanujan, yes, you can think of David Goggins, a lot of names, APJ Abdul Kalam. So keep doing that. Now, with respect to this, when we are talking about it, so what is dedication if we speak of it? So it is passion and love. What did I do? Okay, so passion and love plus commitment equals to dedication. Okay, what is dedication? Then in that case we all can say that dedication is the highest form of commitment. Highest form of commitment, in other words, right? So in this, we all can, like, understand and reflect that dedication is what? The quality of being able to apply your time, your energy, or your complete being, your complete existence to a particular goal, to a particular cause, right? Whereby you are working towards, a cause or an objective. Okay, so that is something which we all can connect. And dedication, it can be formal in nature also, right? When we are speaking of it, like, we can see that in companies contract, dedication, the word may not be written, but it is expected that you shall follow it. Because I was saying that with respect to moral inquiry and ethical dilemma, I keep quoting Mahabharata, so I can give you the example of Bhishma. this question was raised that you were the most wise man, and it was raised when like he was dying and on the deathbed of arrows. He was like struck with multiple arrows. He was profusely bleeding. He was lying on the deathbed of arrows, and at that time it was asked to him that you were such a wise person. So despite of you being there, how come Kauravas could perform so many crimes against the Pandavas? How could they like play that game of dice unethically, do so much unethically, continually? How could you not stop? So when this was asked, you can understand that Bhishma had taken an oath to be completely committed to the crown. So he was completely committed to the crown. Then, like his we can consider stepmother, she had ensured that Bhishma never rebels against the crown. So she said that what if you are not getting married, but you someday become very displeased with my children's children, and that day you rebel against them, so you have to take an oath that you always have to stay committed to the crown. So he had taken the commitment to the crown. But was he really dedicated to the Kauravas? No. He was committed to the Kauravas, so he never rebelled. He never went ahead with this because he had taken the pledge to commitment. That's commitment. Dedication, why is it was missing? Because his sense of connect, emotional connect, ethical connect and love was always with, we can consider, the Pandavas. Again, we can think of sometimes you can see in even in husband wife relationship, you can see a lot of people are committed to their partners, so they are like upright, or they are like monogamous, or they are maintaining the relationship. But the question arises, are they dedicated to their partner? Are they ready to run that extra mile on a day to day basis? Are they exercising kindness to each other, politeness to each other, respect to each other? Because if kindness, politeness and respect is exercised on a daily basis, no relationship can turn sour, or there can be no space for argumentation. Argumentation happens when kindness, politeness, and respect is going on. Like one person is shouting from the other room, other person, I can't hear. Another person is like, oh, you are deaf only. Every time I keep shouting for this and you don't listen. Now, that's the trigger point. Simple. Would you talk like that to your parents, always calling from the other room? Maybe once, but if the parent is like, please have manners, come and talk to me in front of me, you go, you speak like that. Same applies to, we can say, our bosses, our colleagues, our juniors. We always try to be in a closer affinity. When you speak from distance, it adds distance not only to the volume or the or audibility, also to the heart. So it's good manners is just take few steps ahead, go to the person, ask politely, how about this? And things can get fixed. If you see that it's not getting heard, even if you're stuck up with something, just take a 5 seconds break. It fixes relationship. Simple. So respect, kindness, you have to understand with empathy what the other person might be undergoing in his or her mind or head. That also fixes the possibility of understanding why a person might respond or react in a specific manner. You can go patient, you can see to it that you're addressing the issue later, but that's how you can process the possibilities. So kindness, okay, empathy, respect, right? So all that stuff can be understood, and that leads to dedication in a relationship. If dedication is missing, that does not mean commitment is not there. They both are supporting each other emotionally, financially. They are not getting into any other relationship. So that's commitment. Dedication is just moving and making that extra mile. I gave you the example of Armstrong Palme. Dedication, simple. That's commitment to bureaucracy, or an upright officer, very honest, doing things as per the requirement of the system, following code of ethics, code of conduct. But people like Dashrath Majhi, Armstrong Palme, they are like exercising dedication. Okay, so that's what. So, with respect to bureaucracy, when we are talking about it, bureaucracy, when we understand the nature of work, then we can talk about the nature of dedication that is needed. So, if I'm speaking of bureaucrats, okay, so bureaucrats, okay, so bureaucrats have maintenance function, okay, and maintenance function is associated with the day to day life work that they have to do, and they have to indulge in development function. The development function scope is limited because they are not creating something new. They just have to implement the schemes or the policies successfully. So development function is on the basis of the directives that are coming from above. On the basis of the directives, the funds are coming. So maintenance function and development function, when we are speaking of it, right? So with respect to this maintenance function and development function, as we support the given possibilities, we can understand that maintenance function and the development function clubbed together is something which is creating a wholesome understanding of what a bureaucrat needs to perform. Now, with respect to development function, though the scope is limited, it needs an extra effort. An extra effort, like I gave you the example, Poma Tudu, she walked 10 kilometers all the way from that path of, we can say, the rickety path, from main road to the hill where the village was located in Odisha, just to identify which is the village from where constantly there are people coming to the DM office and saying that the schemes are not reaching, the interventions are not reaching, and because there is no road. So she wanted to experience it by herself to understand what is the nature and intensity of challenge. And when she realized it, the next time the government fund came, she prioritized getting that street, that road layout being done, which was barely 10 kilometers, which was needed to connect the village with the main road, right? And that is the process of policy implementation. That is the process of people's reach out to education, business, market, healthcare, so many things. So when we speak of all these kind of interventions taken up by officers, it is because of the extra mile they were ready to walk. So the extra effort which is required for development function, that is also on the basis of self initiative. And the self initiative, okay, so scope is limited and self initiative is required. Self initiative is required, right? That is something which you need. Okay, so for example, in the Naxal belt of Chhattisgarh, I was sharing you about Avnish. So he realized that people have a trouble because there is, in remote areas, there is lack of perennial supply of electricity, and sometimes even to get the, like we can say, grain being grounded becomes tedious. So on the basis of a cycle and a little, generator kind of a thing that was fitted in, he got a cycle which was capable, if as you are riding the paddle of the cycle, by pedaling it you can get the, grain pounded and cleaned and also like powdered. So you can make like flour out of wheat instantly. So like let us say a person is carrying a lot of grains in the village and people are choosing the grain, and the person is like just moving the cycle paddle, and through paddling the person is able to provide the flour instantly. So whatever amount the people are asking, 1 kgs, 2 kgs, and accordingly he is paid for the flour. And definitely for flour you'll be paid higher than the grain. So that was creating an easy and cheap source of employment to the poor person. And a lot of people who did not need a lot of flour because they could not afford, or because they needed some fresh flour, so that was also accessible. Again, there was another initiative which he had made, was an ambulance which was a makeshift ambulance, because the government did not have fund to provide an ambulance. So he connected a motorbike with a cart, the vegetable cart, which you all of you can see. So vegetable cart or fruit cart, whatever you consider. So he attached the vegetable or fruit cart, whatever, with the bike. So some makeshift jugaad was done. And after connecting the two, a little tin shade was placed above the cart so that the patient has the head or the body covered, and it got painted. The sides were put up with, we can say, it was like done up in a way that it was worthy of taking the patient. So like let's say in remote areas where ambulance is not reaching out and emergency obstetric care is needed, you understand obstetric care? So that is emergency services required for a woman who is about to deliver a baby. That's obstetric care. So in that situation what happens is that in this, like a bike is come this bike come ambulance is coming from the community health center, and the woman who's about to deliver the baby, she is wincing with pain. You are putting her inside that cart come structure, she is lying in that, and then one of the relatives is sitting as a pillion rider with the driver, and then they are driving all the way to the community health center. I hope all of you can connect with this, right? So this kind of effort needed far less funds than what would have been required for an ambulance. Okay, so this makeshift intervention is coming because the self initiative is there to provide a solution so that a woman doesn't die while delivering a baby because she could not be transported all the way to the hospital. So when we are speaking of this dedication, it comes when you have that passion and love to serve the people along with commitment. And this is the officer who in 12th board had barely like 46% marks. In graduation, he had barely like second division, like in 50s, he had his percentage. But that was his achievement test because he had the aptitude, and the aptitude was duly tested at prelims, mains and interview level. And in the interview level, when that was seen, he was rewarded handsomely and he got great marks, because of which he became an IAS officer, proper IAS officer. And that is how he is able to create so much for the society through dedication, because these are like elements which are put to test, and when they are sensed by the board, they definitely handsomely reward the person in terms of making a difference when we are talking about this given dimension. Okay, so which officer done this emergency ambulance? Avnish Sharan. Okay, so you all can understand this given possibility pertaining to like we can say bureaucrats performing their development function with dedication when we are speaking of it. Okay, here you need dedication, right? So day to day function, day to day functions. All right, I hope all of you are able to connect with this concept, understanding the basic possibilities. You can think of Kiran Bedi. She started prison reforms. People considered it as a shunting posting, that, oh, this is like something like that. So, but she converted it into a massive intervention, because for the first time post independence till now, such a huge scale of meditational workshop was conducted in Tihar jail. And the Tihar inmates, they like got into vipassana and like yoga. Later on she created a library, employment generation skills, so much. So when we want to bring about a change in the work culture, change in the way the policies are executed, the way the interventions are made, that can happen only with dedication. All right. So, and work culture in India is quite bad because we do not prioritize people's interest and national interest. First, we prioritize our family's interest. How will our members, my family members, will be healthy, happy, taken care of? All right. So, when we are speaking of this given possibility, we can see this dimension. Then people will be looking into their community, their caste, their religion, their region, uh, uh, like their ethnicity, and canvassing and fighting over it. Oh, my region is better, my region is worse, my language is better, why this language, why that possibility, why that religion, why that like ethnicity, why that race. Okay, so you can see all the conflict, like in Manipur, what is happening, it is associated with the possibility of ethnicity and identity, right? Yeah, so across India, you can see that kind of friction when diversity is not accepted as a way of life, right? So when we are again talking about this given possibility, we can see that dedication in the process towards services, towards serving the people, towards understanding the wholeness of what Indian society is all about, that gets lost. Okay, so dedication motivates you to perform well. Okay, so all these problems, performance related problems, can be removed with dedication. Probably I should just write this sentence: performance related challenges can be removed with dedication. All right. Optimum utilization of resources. So, optimum utilization of resources, or maybe of limited resources. Let me write down so that you can understand Armstrong, Pame, or Avnish more clearly what these people are doing, or Poma to do what clearly she is doing. So, optimum utilization of limited resources is possible through dedication. Right? Again, as we are further reflecting upon the same, so if like you are thinking of like examples, please make a list of examples of dedicated officers or dedicated people from all walks of life. Okay, like you can think of Homi Jahangir Bhabha, right? You can think of APJ Abdul Kalam Sahab. Okay, so APJ Abdul Kalam. You can think of, we can say, Varghese Kurian. You can think of M Swaminathan, so MS Swaminathan. You can think of Waterman of India, that is Rajendra Singh. So Rajendra Singh, right? All those students who are asking that, ma'am, remember all these people? The kind of difference they have brought, it is because of dedication. You can think of Armstrong Pame. You can think of Alex Paul Menon. You can think of Baba Amte. You can think of Mother Teresa. Wait, I don't want someone to struggle with the spelling. You can think of Mother Teresa. You can think of this Kiran Bedi, right? Kailash Satyarthi, right? You can think of, even PM of Bhutan. He is a doctor, and I was reading about him recently that this PM of Bhutan, who is also a doctor, on weekends when it is off, he goes and treats people for free. Okay, in government hospitals and all that. So on weekends, or any time when there is a holiday, he does not stop serving the people. So when he is in office on weekdays, he is serving people as an official, as a we can consider as a prime minister, and rest of the time as a doctor. So that's what. Yes, Malala Yousafzai, Swami Vivekananda, right? You can think of a lot of Tihar jail reforms, Kiran Bedi, Snehlata. All right. So keep adding a lot of names which do not invite any kind of friction. Memorize them, and you can always put them as examples. I hope all of you are able to understand, right? So, perseverance to dedication, the correlationship has been established, right? How perseverance leads to dedication. I took less space, explained it to all of you. So, of importance of nishkama karma in civil services. So, just prepare a list of individuals. I've already given you the list over here. You can see this, right? So you are now expected to prepare a list of individuals who have inspired you with their dedication and selfless service. Their dedication and selfless service. I have shared a tentative list previously, so that you don't forget. Some people forget it as the slide changes. So I have shared the tentative list previously. So you can consult that list and you can add your own names. Nishkama karma. Okay. Nishkama karma, when you don't have any This is selfless service. Okay. So when there is no attachment to the result, no attachment to the result for any form of profit or gain. You work because you ought to. Okay. You are committed to bring a difference. To bring a difference. Okay. Motivated to, motivated to keep working on the breakthroughs. Fine. I hope all of you are able to understand this. Yes, you can think of selflessness from Nolan principle. Yes, you can connect it also with deontological approach. Very good, Manoj. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Pulkit. Yes, it is guided by altruism, ilma, and that is how you actually start connecting the dots of terms you learned from previous lecture and how you bring it to context in the present lecture. So I really appreciate Ilma, Pulkit, Manoj, that all of you are able to connect, uh, and this is how all other students should also get inspired. Okay, that this is how you are supposed to connect the dots while preparing ethics. You don't have to read a lot of things, limited things, but with multiple revisions you gain a clarity of those terms and you know how to fluidly use it in multiple chapters or multiple places. All right, now, so as we are moving with this given subsegment, we can see there has been a question associated with impartiality and non-partisanship, which is the next civil services values. When we are talking about impartiality or non-partisanship, we can see there is a question which has been asked associated with the component pertaining to it. It's written, should impartial and being non-partisan be considered as indispensable quality to make a successful civil servant? Discuss with illustration. Now here it is, discuss. Okay, so discuss means you can just elaborate first what is impartial and how you can be non-partisan, and after how you can be impartial and non-partisan, you are discussing how it is an unavoidable quality required for a civil servant. Means if impartiality and non-partisanship is missing, what kind of ruptures it can create in the system, what kind of challenges it can create in the system, right? So that is also asked per se when we are speaking of it, right? So, Bhavna, your question, I don't know how long you had asked. It's not there. You have been writing, ma'am, you have missed my question, but it's just not appearing. I need to see the question again. All right. So, impartiality and non partisanship. I hope all of you can notice this, right? And as we are substantiating this further ahead, we all can see a basic overview related to what is impartiality. So, you can understand impartiality is related to regular day to day life activities. When we say that impartiality is a broader concept which is like based on the principle of justice. Okay, so justice, fairness, when you are not discriminating with the other person, you are exercising, so no kind of favor, no kind of bias in exercise when we are speaking of it. So is the battery over? From my end things are functional. Not audible, two people said that. uh SME, please try to hunt down Bhavna's question. Okay, all audible? Okay, all right. SME, please hunt down Bhavna's question because she has shared that it is quite long question. She can't write again and again. So even if it is like some 50 or 100 comments or because Bhavna, there are students who write, okay, ma'am, yes, ma'am, good, ma'am, all good, ma'am, it's clear, ma'am, it's audible. So small comments, they keep appearing in the thread. So even if you have written it like maybe 3 or 4 minutes back, there's a fair possibility there'll be 40 or 70 comments in between. Please try to understand that. So like if I start hunting it down, it will become little quizzical, and that's why you can see that yeah, and you can always copy paste your comment, that's also there, right? That's how a lot of students keep copying pasting their comment till the time I notice that. So you don't have to be offended about it, huh, why should I like write such a long question again and again. You just work it out, because SME had also requested, please raise your question once again, right? So please help us out. Yeah, that will be helpful for all of us. There's and we'll be like addressing the issue now. So when we are speaking of this component of impartiality, we can understand that it is based on like the principles of justice, whereby we come up with the component of not exercising any form of bias or any form of prejudice. Like for example, people who consider that, oh, girls are bad drivers or jats are aggressive people, right? All these are based on prejudices. Now let us understand a basic standpoint related to what is prejudice, right? So, prejudice. What is prejudice? So, prejudice is being judgmental, being being judgmental. So, suppose someone is saying that the Western world always raises a propaganda that if any kind of terrorism will happen in any part of the world, it will be regulated from some Middle East part of the world, and it will be conducted by a Muslim terrorist organization. So, uh, this is something which is raised, that the Western world always runs this propaganda, whereas there are terrorist groups which are functional in this world, which are also Christian organizations. In Western Europe, you can see there are more than 200 Christian terrorist organizations, small and big, which are functional and which are active. Simultaneously, you could see in New Zealand the incident that happened, that was committed by a person belonging to like we can say claiming to be a follower of Christianity. All the violence that has happened in Sri Lanka and Myanmar is by the Buddhists who claim to be Buddhist monks, right? But not following the principles of Buddha. Similarly, you can see that, so any religion which is on an average, the basic tenets of the religion is based on peace, service, okay? But rather than following peace and service at all times, humanity at all times, when the preachings go wrong, interpretations go wrong, okay, the followers are misguided, in that situation, violence can be resorted. Okay, and it can be associated with any community, any religion across the world. We have to be very clear about it. So, when we are speaking of the component of blaming entire community for the wrongdoing of one or few, that is something which emerges from prejudice. Okay, so probably I could just put blaming the entire community for the wrongdoing for the wrongdoing of one or few, okay, is based on the negative emotion of prejudice, based on the negative emotion of prejudice. All right. Yes, definitely terrorism has no religion. That's there, Chandrahas, as I also substantiated it with all of you, that across the world there have been different types of terrorists claiming to belong to any religion, but they don't belong to any religion per se. Okay, so when we are speaking of this given possibility, and when we are substantiating the sub segments pertaining to it, so we all can first and foremost try to understand that what impartiality is. So impartiality is holding justice. It is like being free from any kind of like extending any favor or exercising any kind of bias towards an individual, right? You can also consider that it is a constitutional obligation. Like impartiality, it is a constitutional obligation. And when we say it is a constitutional obligation, we are supposed to like connect it with, like, let's say article 14, 15, 16, even 17 and 18 will go, right? And we can understand that a civil servant should at all times must carry the responsibilities in fair, remember the keywords, just and equitable manner, and equitable manner equitable manner, which reflects her his commitment to equality and diversity. Equality and diversity. Please always try to ask in the heart of your heart, how far do you how far are you, like, we can say, polished to accept the principles of equality and diversity per se. Okay, just ask in the heart of your heart, you will get an answer to it. All right, I saw Hindu, in the Hindu is highlighted portions matrimonial, where an IFOS officer was seeking, explicitly mentioning very fair bride. Shouldn't UPSC take cognizance of racial tilt of selected officers, or UPSC, by questioning how could such an officer be selected as a person is morally wrong? See, the person definitely is morally wrong when we are speaking of this dimension with respect to the component of ethics. What should be done, what ought to be done, what is the right thing to do, what is expected to be done, right? But when we are speaking of it being legally recognized, there is no such law to recognize that if a person is making such personal aspiration, then the person should be penalized for it. Like, let's say if a girl is saying that, oh, I want a guy to be, like, let's say, belonging to an X caste, or the girl's parents posting that I want a guy to be belonging to a specific caste or a specific religion, and the matrimonial websites or the newspapers, as you are talking about, they are guided by like community based, matrimonial alliance. But isn't it against the spirit of diversity? Isn't it something which can motivate, we can say, an enclosed structure of social existence, and not exercising diversity in totality by civil servants if they are looking for a person belonging to a specific community or a specific caste or a religion? Think about it, right? So with respect to ethics, when we are specific about that, oh, that's funny, Hariom. All right. So when we are speaking of this given possibility associated with the dynamics related to how an officer ought to behave, so there are dimensions pertaining to, like, suppose if the person was taking dowry, then that was legally punishable. People could have taken action against it. But when it comes to a person seeking a specific kind of a bride or a groom, and laying down the characteristics on the basis of personal preference, whereby maybe class, caste, gender, religion, all those segments are coming in between, or even race and ethnicity is coming in between, nothing much can be done per se. All right, Bhavna? Now, what's your say on UCC? That is not detrimental to diversity? No, Snehla. A person who's not thorough with the aspirations of UCC will say so. UCC is pro women's rights. I have spoken about it substantially in the previous session. Uniform Civil Code is not common civil code. And Uniform Civil Code won't have been a part of DPSP had it been against the basic structure of the Constitution. Uniform Civil Code aspires to bring parity in four domains of human life: marriage, okay, inheritance, divorce, and we can also connect it with the possibility of, yes, what else? Let me see how many people are aware of it. Yes, very good. Adoption. That's one thing which I see many students forgetting. So, in these four segments, who is the worst sufferer? It is the women. Triple talaq, women. right? Think about it. Divorce related complications, getting maintenance or not, women are the sufferers. You talk about multiple marriages or becoming a victim of polygamy, it is women. It's not like a woman is marrying four men, it is a man marrying four women. And the women have to accept that situation. So, whenever you are talking about the possibility, and polygamy was prohibited in Hindu Marriage Act in 1955 itself, but that was introduced as a clause. It was not something which was present culturally. And but by the time we exercised it, it took us few decades. As I shared this previously also, in 1971, there were more number of Hindu men exercising polygamy than Muslim men. So we have to be very clear about our cultural past, what we have inherited from the past. So, in terms of marriage, in terms of age of marriage, all the debate that happens, oh, it is against our rituals, our history, our customs, our religion. Excuse me, it's associated with a woman's body. If she is getting married early, there will be maternal mortality rate, there will be neonatal rate, there will be infant mortality rate. The child will be unhealthy, the mother will be unhealthy. So when we speak of increasing the marriageable age of women, and when Hindu or Muslim groups they oppose against it, it is less about religion. It's not about intervening with religion. It's more about a woman's health, well-being, and her body. That's why I always say that uniform civil code has less to do with religion. All these people, they tiered the bill in the name of religion because that's how they are able to make their boat sail. Okay, but if you logically reflect, it has less to do with religion, more to do with gender equality. And Sneha, I think you should empathetically connect more thoroughly with this possibility, isn't it so? Right? So when we are speaking of this given possibility pertaining to it, um, okay, all right, all right. Now, we will not get into the details of polygamy, please, because the session is about impartiality and non-partisanship. Just because someone just raises a question like related to one segment, like let's say uniform civil code, and I just give a basic core explanation. Save me after that, because this is not a polity class, okay, and this will unnecessarily stretch up the session. I won't be able to complete the topic. All right. Now, with respect to this, ma'am, impartiality principle of justice, but sometimes partiality is necessary for social justice. That's not partiality, Satyam. The right term associated with it is positive discrimination. And positive discrimination is to raise those people up who are being left behind. That's not partiality. All right. So, the great amount of resistance has come from tribal communities which have misogynistic customs. Oh my goodness, is it so, Alok? Let me share this with you, because this is a colossally what to say, incorrect statement to be made for tribals, that they have misogynistic customs. That shows a cultural hostility and lack of cultural awareness about tribals. Let me share this with you. Amongst tribal communities, the intensity of violence is far less compared to the mainstream societies. The tribal men across India, majority of the communities are relatively more kind, more, I would say, sensitive, and the crime against women to from coming from the men's side is relatively much less. Okay, in tribal communities compared to mainstream communities. So you really need to know, like the issue of tribals before arriving at such an imbalanced reflection. All right. Now, yes, tribals will remain outside the ambit of proposed UCC, and the reason is simple and specific. That is associated with, you can start recalling from Nehru's Panchashil and also our policy towards tribals post independence. Okay, the policy of non interference. Why is it so? Why the cultural precision of with respect to tribals is maintained in such a manner? So you can think of all those possibilities. Women have better say and stake. Sachin, that's also not the reason that tribal society are matriarchal. The reason is very few tribal societies are matriarchal. More than 90% of tribals in India are patriarchal. So matriarchy is not the reason, because like dominant means more than 90% are like we can consider patriarchal in nature. So that's not the reason. Even in patriarchal societies, women have better say. Crime rate is low. They are respected. Their presence is respected. Their contribution is recognized, whether economic contribution or social contribution. So there are a lot of segments, but that is associated with social issues. Again, an incorrect fact, Snehlata, not Nagaland societies matriarchal, my dear. Don't push incorrect facts in the direction of the examiner. It is in the Garo and Khasi hills that you find the tribals being matriarchal. And Garo and Khasi hills are in Meghalaya, not in Nagaland. All right. Okay. All right. So I appreciate all of you are aware of these things. We'll continue with impartiality and non partisanship after the break. It is 8:05. Let us take a 15 minutes break. I appreciate that none of you even was reminded of the break. I was aware of it for past 10 minutes. I was just seeing if anyone says it or not. So that means you all are getting connected with the topics and getting engaged as well. So let us start with the discussion after the break. All right, welcome back. Let us start with what we had, in fact, started with. It is impartiality and non partisanship. So, I explained to all of you what is impartiality and what is being prejudiced and how to free ourselves from a prejudiced free behavior. So, when we are speaking of political impartiality, that is, in other words, called non partisanship when we are speaking of it, right? So, with respect to this, we all need to see that a brief insight has been given that impartiality is exercised when we focus on merits of the case, means when we are being objective, right? Remember objectivity, right? So objectivity is connected to impartiality, right? Impartiality, when you are exercising objectivity, you are exercising impartiality when we are speaking of it. Saurabh, we follow the studio's clock. All right. When we take the break or when we resume the class, it's not your clock. So if your clock says 8:20 or 25, doesn't matter. We follow our clock. So with the clock, I was writing the precisely when I took the break. So let's not get into the debate of timing. You can trust the system and you can trust me at least for that matter and focus on the content moreover. If every 5 minutes would have been respected at all times, life would have been so much wonderful, especially in India, where people have no sense of respect towards times, many a time. No, I did not start early, did I? It was like 8:15. Till 8:15 I had given break. No. अच्छा, ओ ओके 8:20 स्टार्ट करना था, नो प्रॉब्लम, 3-4 मिनट्स पहले अच्छा है थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा पढ़ लो, है ना? इट्स गुड टू स्टडी समथिंग एक्स्ट्रा एंड टू गेट एक्सपोज टू समथिंग एक्स्ट्रा, राइट? So I was thinking you are negotiating for more time. I mean, sorry, I have taken more time. It's like, no, I'm like fairly punctual. So I was like, no, this is something. All right. So, what if an IS girl in a law wants dowry and the girl's family refuses to give dowry? Don't get married. Simple. If a boy or a girl is demanding for any kind of monetary favor in exchange of marriage, a marriage can never survive on the basis of we can say favor per se. It's something which is not based on favor. If favor is put in action, then it's not a real marriage. It is a relationship of compromise and negotiations. Now, so when we are discussing about it, we can see that impartiality is based on the merits of the case. The objectivity leads to impartiality per se. So we all can see that it implies serving equally well governments of different political persuasion. So there can be the governments of different political parties having different political orientations, right? So irrespective of a civil servant's own personal opinion, you in your secret ballot are also casting vote, but irrespective of your political opinion, there can be different political parties in power. Looking into the merits of the case, like what are the facts of the case, you are going ahead with exercising your duty, exercising your conduct, as simple as that. So, a civil servant has to act in a way that deserves and retains the confidence of ministers. So, even if the governments are changing, they believe that you are an officer who will always upkeep their interests. So, that has to be taken care of in mind. Okay. So it also means that civil servants will comply. They will comply with any restrictions that have been laid down on him in regard to political activity. So when we are speaking of, we can say, political impartiality, we all can see that it is associated with compliance with restrictions as well, not just following the action or the duty, also compliance with the duty as well. And at the same time, we can see that the civil servant has to undergo no obligation to defend the views of the ministers, does not have to explain why a minister took a specific decision, a specific view. At all times, the civil servant, I mean, you don't have to explain to the larger masses because you are not the, we can say, people's representative. The one who is there needs to give an explanation to his or her act. You just need to follow the orders, respect the rule of law, respect the constitutional values. You have to follow the code of conduct. Simple. With utmost, we can say, objectivity or impartiality. Okay, so that's how you maintain a non-partisan behavior, if we speak of it. So public impartiality, in the same manner, you are not like exercising any kind of favoritism towards others. At all times you are exercising merit, equality and justice. All right. So at official work or at personal level, when we are talking about, like, sorry, personal level I'm saying, or at official work with respect to ministers, or like at official level when you are like interacting with the larger masses, in both the situations you're supposed to maintain that. Similarly, non-partisanship, which is also called political neutrality, as I said, that you don't have to adhere to any political ideology or allegiance per se. You might be voting to a specific political party, but you don't have to exercise your favorism or your biases in the system as you exercise your decision making. So political neutrality is something which you have to at all times maintain. You don't have to take up a task, you don't have to do a task in any kind of fear or any kind of favor. Like free from fear or favor towards any political party, you have to continue with your work. Okay, even if the person has a strong faith in any political thought. Okay, even if you have a strong faith in any political thought, you have not to exercise any kind of bias per se. Impartiality and non-partisanship, yes, political impartiality and non-partisanship will be one and the same when we are speaking of it. Akhilesh, it was Apala. Now, so the values of administrator will flow from the constitution. Your values are flowing from the constitution. Okay, and not the philosophy, the political philosophy of a political party. That's why I said you are going to upkeep the constitution, and you have to be the, we can say, you have to be the conscience keeper at all times. So you have to upkeep the values of the constitution in all given situations, and that is how you are able to uphold the values of, we can say, the constitution in all situations at all times. So it would ensure that a civil servant would serve equally well to the political executives irrespective of the political changes of the day. Okay, so impartiality is mostly never practiced. Only the leaders of opposition are almost arrested by agencies. Well, we are not talking about impartiality not being practiced in terms of the leaders of opposition doing that. Now, who is passing the order and what is being done is something which is decided at ministerial level. When we are talking about impartiality, or non-partisanship, here we are talking about civil servants level. As a civil servant, what you are supposed to do, if you're like the minister who's senior to you, if he is saying please open the case of investigation against X minister, even if you have served against that minister, you like, if the person has asked you to investigate, and that's the rule of law, that you have to follow the seniors and their rules and regulations, so you have to investigate. But if after investigation there is a proof of some crime being done, some miscreant activity being conducted, then under rule of law you will have to take action, right? That's how Satyam, the protocol, is followed. Democracy in ancient eligible citizens voted on law themselves rather than the elected representatives. Elections to office in Roman public were all non-partisan through the informal faction of the populaire and the optimates, and did emerge with the Senate. Yes, fine, that's fine, Rahul. But when we are talking about non-partisan, it's not just in voting behavior, it's about exercising it at all times in the, we can say, process of governance as you are holding the chair. Okay, I hope you're getting some kind of idea. So what is the difference between impartiality and non-partisanship? So neutrality slash non-partisanship, when we are speaking of it, it's a narrow concept. Why? Because it is associated with, we can consider, so political neutrality when we are talking about it, or like political is implicit in it, please do remember. So that is towards the political like executive, but impartiality is towards the larger society. It is a broader term. Okay, when you are exercising a attitude of like not exercising any prejudice or bias towards the larger demos per se. Okay, so that's something which all of you can connect. Why is it needed? Because it brings credibility, trust, Okay, when we speak of it, along with credibility and trust, we can see that it is something which is making you capable in terms of proving that you are not taking like a decision on the basis of a mere, we can say, emotional inkling. You are doing it because you have clarity of law, the person did it, and some kind of, we can say, illegal behavior, you have the courage, the courage and the clarity to arrest the person or take the legal action if it is needed. All right. So against the politician, after the action, if politician used to harm that officer, so don't get selected. If you are so scared, Deepti, as simple as that, Deepti, that once you are getting into the system, with every job there are problems that come. Even if a labor is working in the industry, the person's hand or leg can come in the machine due to one slight mistake, and the person can get become amputated for the lifetime. Every job comes with its risks. So if you calculate the risks, then you're not suited for the job. If there are challenges, the system is there to protect the life of the officer as well, whether the threat is coming from ministers or from other quarters. There are ways to exercise that possibility. All right. So rather than feeling scared, you need to really work on the possibility of what possibilities are there, what power is there, what intervention is there, and what kind of expectations are there from a civil servant. I mean, if the same, now you're taking it like let's say in a personal quarter, that if any officer is threatened by the politician, to, like, when the person is taking action against the politician, then and the person can harm the officer also. So suppose if your parents life is at stake, let us consider for a while. All right. And they go to complain it to an IPS officer that, sir, ex politician is threatening us, so please help us out. And the police officer says, oh, my life is also under threat, so how can I save you when my life is under threat? Will you not feel agitated that this is the duty of the officer? Why did the officer get selected? The purpose of the officer getting selected was putting law into action, bringing clarity with respect to the law, honoring the rules and regulation, exercising the we can say provisions which are there in IPC, CRPC, right? If it has to be exercised. So that's how you're supposed to think, Deepthi. Don't think like a commoner, start thinking like an officer. I mean, in exchange of duties, Nehlata, from officers to army men to laborers to manual scavengers to, like, in the office of duty, there are so many people who die. So many people who die on an average. Even manual scavengers have died while cleaning the septic tanks for us so that we can defecate and we don't fall ill. There are people who, while working on the road, okay, the construction of road, they die. There are people who, in mining activities, they die. There are people who die as army officers. There are people who die as, we can consider, scientists. There are people who die as astronauts. So what? I mean, being a scaredy cat, a person should stop doing things. And that is how humanity progresses, right? So you have to be very open to the possibility that every once in a while there will be threats, but there are ways that your seniors have overcome that threat. So seek inspiration from their examples also. There will be some local or departmental examples. And then there are a lot of theoretical examples which will come from this subject as well, right? So start getting inspired rather than feeling like scared about situations. Definitely there are a lot of situations which will be fairly hostile, but before joining the services, are we not aware of it, right? So when you're already aware of the challenges associated with the job, you're supposed to work on the solutions associated with it, rather than having a like tendency of, like, we can say, quitting upon it. So very true. Like Ashok Khemka, when he was in service, and he is in service, but I'm saying that when he was in service in Haryana, and when he exposed that Robert Vadra is behind like land scams, which is worthy of millions of rupees in those times. So when he said that, at that time Congress was in power, and it was very easy, like for Robert Vadra to get him expelled, to get him, like, getting him shunted punishments done or what not. like what not. But the truth is, Khemka sir is still alive, he's still serving, he's still like functional. He kept getting promoted despite shunting postings, or despite getting promoted, but heading different types of departments like archaeological survey of India, okay, or these kind of departments which are not so meaty, which do not give you an opportunity to earn an extra buck. But there is so much of space to do good work in any department per se when we speak of it, right? So you have to be understand that yes, death is inevitable. While you are alive, how you are exercising the life, that makes the difference. All right. So now, when we are discussing about all these dimensions, yeah, Deepti, you must have seen all these things in your district. There are some districts in India which are potentially more laden with different types of crime compared to other parts of India. That is evident, that's known. But it's just that that what does a person like aspire to become, and how are we able to get rid of the problems? Was the district stuck in the same situation 50 years back, 100 years back, or has the situations changed? And if the situations have changed, someone has made the effort, and the person who was making the effort, was the person really scared for one's life, or was more motivated to shape the possibilities for the humanity and the region, right? So the same thing which I say, that either one just eats, defecates, produces babies and dies, so that is something which an animal is also doing, or a person through the exercise of human conscience brings about a difference at grassroots level which shapes the possibilities of humanity meaningfully. Now getting back to the game, with respect to this, when we are talking about it, so why is impartiality and non-partisanship needed? Because it makes a civil service servant gutsy. Gutsy is what? It makes you brave. So when you are behaving in a non-partisan way, you can very confidently and courageously but politely say this to the politician, that sir, going by the constitutional law, or going by this, I am following this order. So maybe the person can get you transferred in another department because the person doesn't want to see you, doesn't want to see uprightness. That's okay, but no one can eliminate you or disturb you. And let me share this with you, on an average with all of you, very rarely a politician or any person tries to touch a bureaucrat, because the issue blows out of proportion. They prefer to remove the person from their area of interest. But killing is not something which is done regularly. Killing is not something which they resort to. It is considered quite immature even in the domain of politicians. That one is not able to handle an officer, that a person has to eliminate an officer, because that's going to unnecessarily add more legal complication. When you can remove the officer to another department, shift the person to another situation or location where the person is not causing a hindrance in one's own corrupt act, then why not to do it the easy way around, rather than getting into eliminate the human being, create a hue and cry, raise a furor in the era of social media, when things blow out of proportion so very easily? Why to invite this unnecessary clamor and attention? Okay, Deepti, so you should have an idea that people are like smarter in that situation. So why ministers would threaten officers? Because they threaten, because I mean, that's interesting, Payal, that you are even raising this question. But anyway, they threaten because the officers don't abide by their aspirations. Politicians, when they want to get into corrupt acts, and some bureaucrats who hinder that act, that no sir, this cannot be done because this is not permissible under the law. So they threaten that either you do it, or else I'll get you removed, posted elsewhere, give you a shunting posting, something like that. Got it? Yeah. All right. But it was expected that this minimal exposure was there. Now, with respect to this, as we are further moving ahead, we all can, SME, please take up other queries simultaneously while I just carry this forward, because we need to expose to certain other segments as well. So it ensures equality, justice among different sections of society, which I've already said. It ensures morale, effectiveness and efficiency, that's also there. Okay, again, How is it ensured? So it is through Central Civil Service Conduct Rule. We can also reflect upon it that this rule is associated with specific guidelines, how the like civil servant is supposed to perform the duty with like full devotion, and like rather than applying any kind of dilatory tactics, means something which is meandering or distracting in nature. No kind of bribe is accepted per se. Okay, again we can see the code rules, the conduct rules, that how one should conduct at all times, how one should discharge one's duty. That is something which is like associated with the kind of breakthroughs which are created, and they do not lay down the values and morals, okay, in the form of code of ethics, and they should imbibe their persona to do justice with public service. All right, again code of ethics is yet another thing which helps you to get motivated to, we can say, like partisanship. What is it, ma'am? Many IS officers commit suicide as well. It is due to low emotional intelligence. Yes, 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 definitely. This was something associated with, we can consider, during COVID. There was an IS officer, I remember, he contacted with COVID and he was so confused about COVID that that guy, he killed himself with his service revolver. And that came as a surprise. I was like, oh my God, it was a disease. I mean, imagine at that time, COVID had not peaked. I'm talking about 2020, June or July. So, when after the lockdown, the 3 months lockdown, this guy, when he came to know that he has contacted COVID, he killed himself. I mean, he could have consulted doctors, friends, family, the stages, the possibilities he is experiencing, the medical breakthroughs. I mean, he just killed himself with service revolver, that I don't want other people to get killed by me. So, like, the capability to handle a situation, whether you are single handedly trying to lead, then you will have a tendency to decide like this. When you know that it is a teamwork effort which articulates every solution, then for solutions pertaining to your own health and well being, also, you will seek the help of the teamwork. You respect teamwork. You are not a solo player. All right. I hope that's clear. Who is it? Maithili, right? Again, ma'am, conflict of interest if comes in process of work. Okay, yes, that will be something that will be taken up in the like future sessions. DIG of a state also shot himself recently. Yeah, I mean, like, it's kind of hopelessness. I think that if someone is so exasperated, it is better to take voluntary retirement rather than getting into self harm, right? So I mean, job is not everything, whether it is civil services or anything. Nothing is greater than life. And there are so many ways to serve the people. I always say this, that the Padma Shri and Padma Vibhushan recipients across the decades have not been civil servants. Rarely, hardly any civil servant. Mostly they are people who are commoners, who have contributed, to the society in such amazing ways, even without being a civil servant. So, capability to contribute continues in your life, whoever you become, whatever you become. What truly inspires you is the motivation in your heart. If that is missing, even after being a civil servant, you will be what? You'll be inefficient, you'll be corrupt. Remember, like integrity, efficiency, corruption, that diagram with which we had started the session today. So, that's how you are supposed to take it up. So that's like lack of mental resilience, lack of maturity, lack of exercising the possibilities as a teamwork. When you are a person who's guided by teamwork, you know who's your team at home, you know who's your team at workplace, you know who's your team for your health. So it's all a teamwork that is helping towards the wholesome well-being and survival of an individual, right? Now, the salient features of the code, as when we are talking about it, is it is upholding the rule of law and respecting human rights, maintaining objectivity, transparency, utmost level of impartiality in the service when we speak of it, right? Now, with respect to positive and negative consequences of non-partisanship, prior to that, I would like to bring the one more sub-segment pertaining to it. That is, should a civil servant always remain impartial? Okay, so let us take that component first, and then, so, should a civil servant always remain impartial. SME, while I'm discussing this, please support me with a few miscellaneous queries if students send it, because I'll focus right now on explaining this. All right. So, when we are speaking of this, should a civil servant always remain impartial? So, in this situation, you'll write no. Only when the situations are equal. Fairness, that's what it is all about, right? So, only when the situations are equal. So, equal situations, equal treatment, unequal situations, fair treatment, right? So, that's what you can say, that impartiality, okay, when we are speaking of it. So, shown only in only in equal situations. So, impartiality is shown only in equal situations. In unequal situations, fairness prevails. Fairness prevails. Fairness, okay, fairness prevails. And you have to remember this given subsegment. All right. So, like for example, we can say unequal situation is there. So, for example, in unequal situation, what do we do? So, for example, we can create queues, we can do reservation, right? So, you can think of reservation, you can think of, and this is the example, probably Pulkit or someone had raised this. So, I said that no, it is like positive discrimination. Okay. So, you go ahead with this, you can create separate queues for, we can say, elderly, handicapped, we can also say young mothers, young mothers. All right. So, that's what you can consider. So, positive steps to be taken, bring on all stages, yes. Autonomous district for tribal है ये क्या आ गया autonomous district sudden, oh yes, you can connect it with that also, I got it. Mentioned where situation can be, and measures were taken effectively, civil servants promoted partially. Yeah, all those mishaps also occur in the system, Hardeep. So, voters for elderly, what does that mean, Sakib? I cannot connect with that. Common people do their welfare on for social welfare without being in limelight. They do their work anonymously. There are both ways. People can do work there, like by recognition as well as anonymously. The, prime purpose is that your work should be known so that it inspires others. And even if it is not known, it is creating such a meaningful impact that the impact is known. The society not only needs good work, but also it needs to be inspired. Both. Henceforth, like publicizing is not problematic according to me if the intention is correct. So, importance of impartiality when we speak of it in civil services. So, it is to ensure what? So, we have already discussed, it's like trust and credibility. We can also see it is associated with raising the right questions, how to deal so with the issues. So, raise the right questions. Okay. Um, even towards those even towards those who are powerful, who are very powerful. You're not scared to raise the meaningful questions, right? When we are speaking of it, it also helps you to like maintain service on the basis of first come, first serve, on the basis of the merits of the situation, right? So, focus on the merits of the situation, focus on the merits. I of the situation. We can also see it can be connected with good governance, policy implementation. So, good governance, right? Policy implementation. We can also connect it with like equal distribution of resources, equal distribution of resources. And suppose if breach happens, okay, so you have to remember, if breach happens, then what will happen? If breach happens, it will encourage nepotism, favoritism. This in fact happened, a few years back from Kerala. There's this case that happened whereby there was this IS officer, Sri Rama Venkatraman. So this guy, he he was with his girlfriend and they went to a party, and after that there was a case of drinking driving. So he actually became Salman Khan and killed one of the pedestrian. A guy got like hit by him and he got killed. Now, what happened was that he blamed his girlfriend for driving. He like shied away from taking the responsibility that he was driving. The most important thing was his blood test was not done by the police by 24 hours. Within 24 hours, his blood test was not taken. The test was taken even after maybe 3 days or something like that. Now the thing is, this is the negligence of police department. This negligence is something which is going to maybe create something like associated with maybe 5 to 6 months of imprisonment or something. Again, the thing is, he's blaming his girlfriend. There was no eyewitness. If somehow situations twist and this poor girl is to be blamed, if things like shift differently, then maybe because of lack of sufficient evidence in the case, and lack of proper, we can say, clarity regarding what ought to be done, there can be a possibility whereby we can consider that the court can free both of them on the grounds that there is lack of enough proof. So on the ground of benefit of doubt and complexity in the condition, there's a possibility both will be walking free. So that's why when we are talking about impartiality and lack of partiality being there in the system, I'm just reminded of Karl Marx. He said that show me the person and I will show you the rule. So the very statement he said, show me the person, I will show you the rule, means the stature of the person determines the kind of power that runs through him, and the stature of the person determines how far the law of the land can impact the person. Okay, so Karl Marx had said that. Anyway, so that's there. The stature of the person does impact the nature of laws, the way they are reaching out to them. IS Deepak Rawat sir has a YouTube channel where he posts his day-to-day work. Is it good to do so? See, I mean, if it is the work that is getting posted, there's no problem in it, Prakhar. But if it is more than the work, if heroism is getting posted, individual worshipping is getting posted, then it is against the value of anonymity. Okay, that should be exercised in the system. There's no harm, according to me, in posting the good work that's happening in the society, because if you have millions of followers, if people are getting to see what all work is done, that will generate faith in the system, faith in the society, that yes, see what good work has been done, what amazing possibilities have been done. This is what can happen with good governance. You can make people aware about basic schemes, interventions, what ought to be done. You can motivate people to behave in a specific way, live a specific kind of life. You can motivate them towards sanitation, usage of basic interventions, which can improve upon the life qualitatively. All that can be done. Now the question is, what is being communicated? That intention is something which can make the difference. No worries, Hardeep. Even if you like don't write a quote, chalega. Okay, you can just call it. Don't worry about that. So he's not posting anything confidential, so that's not a problem. If Soumya is not posting anything confidential, both the work and the heroism. Okay, all right. I don't know this person, Deepak Rawat. I still need to see, because when there are good examples, we automatically come to know. When there are sensational examples, I generally have a tendency to ignore it. So that's probably the reason. Now, you people have said it so many times, I'll try to check him out. All right. So, yes, when Abhishek Singh created such a mistake, he had to face the situation. When an IS couple vacated a stadium. Yes, yes, yes. Just because they wanted to practice some jogging, when they vacated the stadium, or recently in Madhya Pradesh, one of the officers, he got the entire water of a lake drained because his phone had fell. And like another case whereby the DM of or DC of Meerut, she ordered the searches in more than 500 houses because the dog went missing. So these are the possibilities where a person is exercising favorism beyond a level. Can an officer start his or her own channel, which through which they impart education? Yes, that's perfectly fine if it is done at a non-profit motive. Okay, if there is any profit motive involved or any kind of profiteering involved, then that, if brought under the complaint by DOPT, the person will be relegated from the position, or some action would be taken. All right. So now, with respect to this, now let us get over hero worshipping. So many examples, all of you are writing and asking. I think we have discussed about anonymity previously, and we are dealing impartiality. Okay, now before I take up the negative consequences of non-partisanship, when we are speaking of this component pertaining to non-partisanship, we need to understand the positive consequences of non-partisanship and the negative consequences associated with it. So non-partisanship, I said that it is an outcome of dichotomy, when a civil servant is not affected by the politics of the day. This is more like, we can consider politician sterilization. Politician sterilization means you are making yourself completely aloof from the politics of the day. You are just doing your work. I mean, there will be politicians from different political parties seeking your advice. You just have to maintain your code of ethics and code of conduct, giving the right set of advice what ought to be done in the system. Okay. So when we are talking about partisanship, we can think of positive consequences of non-partisanship. And in the positive consequences, we can think of trust, credibility, confidence, right? All these things towards the public. Right. So people are able to generate that. We can also think it is associated with better implementation of the policy. So better implementation of policy can be possible. We can also see checks and balances can be maintained. Right. We can also see confidence of ministers belonging to any political party, belonging to any political party in the loyalty, okay, in the loyalty quotient. So confidence of ministers belonging to any political in the loyalty of a civil servant towards the office. Loyalty towards whom? Towards the office, towards the system, is always there. Okay. So please remember that they are the permanent executives. They are not going anywhere. Civil servants are going to be there in power for next 30 years. That's one thing which gives them the confidence that, oh, like politicians will come and go. It's us who are going to shape the possibilities for the system. So that's something which gives them the high morale, how to function. Okay. So, and when it comes to promotion, promotion is based on merit rather than favorism. So you don't need to bother about that. Okay. So high morale to work, because political considerations are like not going to shape the like merit or the promotion. Political considerations are only going to help you with some other service oriented benefits if you need any. So that's something which has to be clear. So high morale to work, and we can say no aspiration for out of service, out of service we can say favors, okay, promotion based on merit. So you don't have to bother about things. Okay. The Supreme Court in 2013 like had set up like the possibility of directing the center and the state governments to set up a civil services board, and through the civil services board it was requested to manage the transfers and promotions of the officers. It was also said that the civil servant should not take verbal orders. Okay, it was suggested that there should be a fixed tenure, only verbal orders should not be taken, and that is how they were supposed to work or not. So breach of non-partisan behavior, there was a question associated with it. I mean, like related to just the reverse of it, positive consequences of non-partisanship. So the question was breach of non-partisanship, and this question was asked in 2019. So 2019. So breach of BREACH. Okay, so breach of non-partisanship. So what will it lead to? It will lead to corrosion of non-partisan behavior. Okay, so corrosion of non-partisanship. Okay, which will lead to definitely corruption, scams, right? Corruption, scams. Okay, you can give examples like you can think of 2G scam, coal scam, commonwealth scam, so many other kind of scams. So like give examples pertaining to it. You have a lot of scam related example in India, so I don't need to bother about necessarily providing it. You can also talk about the nexus between, like let's say politician, and you can like make criminal, and like we can say this bureaucrat. So and you can say businessman, and we can also see the nexus working this way also, and we can say the nexus working this way also. So this dangerous nexus, okay, this dangerous nexus is something which can eliminate the interest of the people. Nexus that challenges public interest, public as well as national interest. National interest. Okay, then you can also talk about there can be caste lobbies which can get motivated due to non-partisanship. There can be suspension, transfer unnecessarily, despite the good work, despite the good work. Sad part is that for past few decades, India has seen corrosion of non-partisanship, and big time emergence of personal affiliations and favor, and all that has led to, like, all this. Like if there is here it's written trust credibility, you can think of loss of trust, credibility, and confidence. That will lead to anarchy, chaos, confusion in the system, mistrust in the system, injustice exercised towards people. Just reverse the points. Okay, the, like we can say, the rule of thieves, that is kleptocracy. Okay, so delay in the system or red tapeism, erosion of efficiency, energy, all that, performance, all that. What are caste lobbies? Caste lobbies, because there will be favoritism, so non-partisanship, if it is breached, it can encourage caste lobbies as well, right? So kleptocracy, not kleptocracy, Sakib, it is kleptocracy, the rule of the thieves. Okay, So that's how you all can connect with the with respect to like breach of non-partisanship. Again, you can think of it. Okay, I've connected both as simultaneously. So there is another thing which is debate between neutral and committed bureaucracy. So neutral bureaucracy, if we are talking about it, so neutral bureaucracy, if I speak of it, is it possible to have one? Is it possible to have one? So, when we speak of neutrality, neutrality means that a civil servant will remain, like we can say, politically impartial and non partisan throughout his or her correct. Like entire career. So, neutrality is kind of a political sterilization. Okay. So, this is like impartial, non partisan, right? It is associated with political sterilization. The terms which I'm using, I'm just noting them down. So political sterilization. So, if the bureaucracy is remaining unaffected by the changes happening in the flow of politics, that is something which all of us can see that is something which is a pre independence era intervention. In 1919, the Montague Chelmsford reforms actually spoke of this given possibility for the first time about neutral bureaucracy. So, the Montague Chelmsford reforms, the government created it because it realized that the bureaucrats are Indians and majority of the politicians, think tanks, those who are seeking independence are also Indians. So if there is any kind of soft corner or any kind of emotional engagement that is created, that is something which is going to create an imbalance. Okay, and it will be hard for the Britishers to continue to govern. So they introduced the clause of political neutrality. Okay, so British introduced political neutrality in 1919. Okay, Montague Chelmsford reforms, political neutrality. All right, so that the civil servants, majority were Indian, remain distanced, distanced from the Indian politicians, Indian politicians, as if they get close, it can generate negative sentiments. It can generate negative sentiments, right? Or towards British, towards British. Okay. So, what is like we can consider neutral bureaucracy? So, this neutral bureaucracy, they actually implied by it when we speak of it. So, this is bureaucratic dichotomy. Okay. And what is the dichotomy? So, the dichotomy which I was referring to, dichotomy from politics. So, this is like bureaucratic dichotomy when we are speaking of it. So, the bureaucrats, they will indulge in, like we can say, political implementation of schemes and policies. So, we can say that they are indulging in policy implementation. Okay, in formulation, in political like policy formulation. So in policy formulation, we can see it will be the bureaucrats plus the politicians. So the legal scenario, we all can see, so we all can see that in this case, the legal scenario will be put in such a manner that the neutral bureaucracy is able to actively participate in policy formulation without necessarily getting into the politics of the day. All right. So that's what they aspired for, and they wanted that. Even today you see the policies are passed by the politicians, but who fills in the details of the policies? It's the bureaucrat. It's the bureaucrat who's filling in the details of majority of the policies that are passed in India. So if the bureaucrat is being like a part of policy formulation by fitting in the details, he or she has to be politically neutral so that no form of biases enter the policy formulation aspect, right? So again, another thing we can see is that the bureaucrats, so probably I can just mention this. So bureaucrats are a part of policy formulation. They add details of the skeletal, add details of, नहीं टू कर देती हूँ, they add details to the skeletal structure of the policy. Hence we can say political neutrality, political neutrality ought to be maintained at all times, ought to be maintained at all times, right? So political neutrality ought to be maintained at all times. Again, you can see, other than this policy formulation, second thing you can again think of is that they are heading tribunals and providing administrative adjudication, right? So administrative adjudication. So in that case, when they are providing administrative adjudication, that has to be again taken care of when we are speaking of this. Simultaneously, we can, so here we can think of like TRI, SEBI. Again, when we are speaking of the possibility, we can see that the another challenge is that can we always maintain neutrality, right? The very question when we are speaking of it. So we can again reflect upon a third possibility, that a bureaucrat needs to maintain welfare function, needs to maintain welfare function and development function, right? And development function. So in welfare function and development function, neutrality, if neutrality is maintained, it will lead to status quoist situation, right? So maintained, then oh, it can lead to status quoist situation, right? Then it can lead to status quoist situation. So what should a bureaucrat have? So a bureaucrat needs to have a sense of understanding that what is right and what is wrong. I'm in favor of any leader who is doing good for the nation and opposing any leader who is doing the policy as corrupted. Doesn't matter from which political party the person belongs to. Yes, yes, yes. But at the same time, you're not supposed to be very loud before the public while talking about a politician. Like, see, you are let's say in power, and there is this political party that has got elected and that believes, like, let us consider for a while, that believes in like capitalism, and the person is asking, the minister is asking that what kind of action ought to be taken, and in that situation you're saying that, well, the kind of action that ought to be taken is something associated with Sir, let's focus on the welfare of the people. So let us build bridges and roads and this and that. So you are talking from the perspective of how capitalism can give a boost to public welfare, whereby it is enhancing access to various resources, infrastructure, etc. Suppose a socialist political party has come to power, so you will encourage them to engage in distributive justice by maybe starting certain schemes which is distributing resources like food grains, medical supplies, etc. So, as per the political ideology of the political party, you can give the advice accordingly. And that's why neutrality at all times may not be possible in welfare function and development function, because you cannot maintain a status quo situation. Doesn't matter which government comes to power, I will give only one type of advice. No, that's immature. As per the suitability of the political ideology of the party that comes to power, and as per the requirement for the people, you have to articulate the policies accordingly. You have to articulate the suggestions accordingly. Okay, so that's what can be considered. Yashwant, please write in big size. Yashwant, you can always zoom it. Okay, you can always zoom it. That facility is there in your phone, or that facility is there in your system. And if you remember, I don't remember who was the student, Snehilata, Bhavna. Some student had asked a question. Yashwant, if you were present, not absent at that time. So this student, she raised a question. Okay, um, uh, uh, and what happened was that students keep writing, yes ma'am, good ma'am, they keep writing their query. Status quest means this ma'am, that ma'am, like a lot of things. And in between, students also keep joining, so I keep noticing who all are joining. So at least the moment you write, within, I told you, within a minute or two, like 30-40 seconds, I'm explaining something, or suppose I'm writing something, and within 40 seconds to 1 minute, there is a possibility there'll be 20 to 30 things added to the feed in terms of small comments and people getting added to the situation. In such a situation, as you were raising this condition, Yashwant, your question can get suppressed. But when you write, wow, only few people's doubts are being considered, you are actually looking down upon the team of SMEs and I, that we are ignoring you. Whereas it's not the situation. So it's a polite request that whenever such a situation happens, please empathetically, you're studying civil services values. So empathetically and compassionately connect with the concern. Keep copying and pasting your comment multiple times. We will get back to it, rather than passing such comments which is unbecoming of a civil servant. Okay, these are not terms which you are reading, these are terms that you have to practice. There will be situation when you'll get into such a situation in the system, when you are addressing the issue to the politician, or maybe to the IG or DIG, and you said it once, they did not respond anything to it. After again few like days, again you said it again, and again they did not respond to it. You should get the cue that either it's not reaching out, so you're writing it through a formal mail. Okay, and if they are not addressing it, that means they don't want to address it. But you have to be like, and generally it gets addressed, because yes or no or some, because the moment you write a formal mail, a formal reply comes. Okay, in the similar manner, in the class, if you keep repeating, that applies to all the students over here, all the students. Okay, that if you are coming up with any such situation whereby you feel that your issues are not addressed, please do not get caustic or sarcastic, either of it. You always try to exercise patience, and please keep posting the issues. We are there to work together, isn't it? Like SMEs are there, I am there, we all are there as a team to work towards the solution, and that is your selection. I mean, tomorrow if you get selected, even I'll have a sense of pride. Oh, this child I had taught in this specific year, and the basic concepts were fixed by me, right? So it's like step by step that we grow together, that we gain the sense of success together. And in any step, as I told you, any language that you use, any language that you use which is unbecoming of a bureaucrat, I will always correct it. Okay, because you won't be using that before your IG or DIG or the politician, that wow, you are ignoring my questions again, something like that, whatever it was. You won't dare to do that, right? So why to not behave like a bureaucrat from now onwards, and like exercise the same to the seniors here? All right. So, Saqib, with respect to it, we will be substantiating the um, with respect to this, Soumya, you'll have to copy paste again, as I'm saying, because I don't know what your uh, doubt is. So now, with respect to this, when we are talking about it, debate between neutral and like committed bureaucracy. So I have explained to all of you what is like a neutral bureaucracy. So neutral bureaucracy is when you have to do policy formulation. So you are all the time prioritizing like a sense of political neutrality. You are prioritizing the possibility of maintaining a status quo, an equal, we can say, a sense of service towards all, and no favorism extended to a specific political ideology. Similarly, when we are speaking of the possibility of political implementation, we can connect it with, it is associated with this neutral bureaucracy is also there when they are heading tribunals, when they are providing administrative adjudication. And I gave you example like TRI, SEBI, all these are headed by bureaucrats. Again, at the same time, now comes the counter opinion. So what is the counter opinion? The counter opinion is this, okay, that a bureaucrat needs to maintain welfare function and development function. So maintaining neutrality may not be always possible. Having a status quoist approach is not always possible. For example, if it is a socialist party in power, okay, the nature of advice will be different. Nature of advice will be different from the one given to, we can consider, capitalist party in power. So capitalist party in power, right? Soumya, you had raised some question, it has got suppressed. Can you just copy and paste? Bureaucratic dichotomy. From bureaucratic dichotomy, I imply to say, on one hand, you have to save yourself from politics of the day. You don't have to get involved with the politicians and the politics of the day. At the same time, you have to be aware of what is happening or unfolding politically, and where you have to make an intervention. Like for policy implementation, you have to get involved with the what is the politics of the day that is prevailing, what is the ideology that is prevailing, and what ought to be created for the people, which is politically neutral, not biased by one political party's ideology. So bureaucratic dichotomy is, on one way you are distancing yourself from politics, on the other hand, if you are a part of the, we can say, policy implementation team filling in the details of a, we can say, policy skeleton. Okay, so the skeletal structure of a like policy, in that situation you are maintaining political neutrality. So distancing neutrality, that's what it implies. Okay, last sentence, Bhuvneshwari, when I'm speaking of this given segment, as we are saying that, I can't help with technical glitch, address that issue to tech team Ilma. And again, I'm asking Soumya, you had raised some question. You wrote that either SME or you also resolve my doubt, but I need to see the doubt to resolve it. Okay, I've yet not received the doubt. So, do we bureaucrats always need to take decisions according to the government, which the government is ruling? Not what is ethical. Oh God, I cannot get the framework of the sentence because grammar is super haywire, but no worries, work on your sentence formation. Meanwhile, I sense what you aspire to ask and I'll explain it. So this is something which I'm explaining to Bhuvneshwari and Soumya and any student stuck in the last part. I'm saying the counter opinion is that if, like, when we are talking about bureaucratic neutrality, it cannot be exercised at all times, for the simple reason, like, a bureaucrat has to maintain welfare function and development function. So if neutrality is maintained, what will happen? You will have a status quoist approach. You will distance yourself from the politics of the day. So if you're having a status quoist approach and you're distancing yourself like from the politics of the day, how will you exercise welfare function or development function? Especially when a politician is asking you that, Mr. X or Miss Y, can you please tell me what kind of policy should be introduced so that the government gains populism and the concerns of the people are also addressed? So you will come up with a solution which you'll keep in mind that which political party is in power. So every political party has an ideology, and as per the suitability of the ideology, what you are upkeeping. Now pay attention to this, Soumya, because of the sentence that was going haywire, you needed to understand this given possibility that with with respect to the kind of value that you upkeep at all times is the value associated with service towards people. Irrespective of which political party is in power, you have to maintain the, we can say, the service towards people at all times. Okay, so all right, fine. Last line spelling, please start with S. I have just clarified it, right? Bhuvneshwari, Socialist Party is in power. The nature of advice will be different from the one given to, and then I have written Capitalist Party in power. All right. Hope that's clear. So, I mean, do bureaucrats always need to take decision in favor of the government? I mean, I've told you, it's not in favor of the government. It is in favor of the masses. The nature of policy or scheme that needs to be introduced, the way it needs to be introduced needs to be different. Okay, so you want to empower the people. So for Socialist Party, you'll be encouraging to generate employment, and at the same time distribute certain resources. For Capitalist Party, you'll be talking about not only generating employment but also entrepreneurial ventures, startups, access to resources, loans. So different parties will be supporting different types of causes, so you need to understand that. Yes, so henceforth, Anusha, you cannot remain neutral at all times. So, what do you need to remain? You need to remain committed, committed towards the cause of the people. We did commitment just few minutes back, right? So, you need to remain committed towards the cause of the people per se. All right. So, again, continuing with this given dimension, we can also understand the biggest challenge, the fourth point, the biggest challenge of neutrality. Oh, fast when I speak and when I write, the like mind moves faster than the hand, and thus the issues related to writing. The biggest challenge of neutrality is that it can lead to moral corruption. Moral corruption. Okay. So, for example, you can think officers working under Hitler, officers working under Hitler. When you don't question the act, the purpose of that act. Why? Because you are maintaining political neutrality. As per the order of the boss, I shall follow. So when you don't question what kind of tentative impact that decision can create, that order can create, that leads to moral corruption per se. All right, that's something which all of you need to understand. Again, we can understand this given possibility that when we are talking about the police officers who were working during the riots across India, whensoever the riots happened in their area, and they allowed the riots to blow up out of the proportion. Not every area, those areas where it blew out of proportion by the, we can say, conscious nod of the police officer that okay, let it blow up a bit, let few people of the other community get killed. So in such a situation, um you can just understand that neutrality is not something that has to be supported at all times, and neutrality is not something which is appreciative. There was this Ramdhari Singh Dinkar, a very famous poet, a Rajya Sabha member who used to write in the official language Hindi, and his poem, I'm just translating it to all of you. Maybe all of you who are aware of Hindi must be aware of Samar Shesh Hai, the poem, in which he said that if a war is going on at that time period, okay, it is it is your moral duty, your code of conduct, that you are supposed to take an action. Because if, like, let us say, it's not only the hunter who has committed the sins, it is not only hunter who has performed sins, those people who remained neutral and in the name of neutral they went silent, even time shall right Okay, even time shall write down their sins and make them accountable towards their sins. So you cannot remain silent or neutral when any war is going on. You have to take a standpoint, the standpoint of either right or wrong. All right, so you can think of that as well. There is this another example which I can give you, that is from 1857 revolt. So 1857 revolt, it was also lost. One of the reasons for its loss was that majority of the masses, the population, remained neutral. They did not know which side to support. They felt the British also exploit, the princely states also exploit, so which side to support? It's okay, we are the ones who will become the victims of exploitation. So they, like when we talk about the role of the masses, so as the masses in bulk in all parts of India did not revolt. Hence, the 1857 revolt did not get that magnanimous success that it could have. All right. Again, you can think of a quote from the English tradition that comes: the darkest place in hell is reserved for those who remain neutral during the moral crisis. So, when moral crisis is going on and you remain neutral, that's also not going to take you in the long run. There's also a quotation by the Kashyap sage in Mahabharata. He says that dharma is wounded when honest people fail to perform their duty to speak up when it is needed. Okay, so that's also there, which you can connect with. So yeah, and so that you can just connect with all those possibilities. Kanan Gopinathan had resigned just because he felt that his moral responsibility is to speak up against what wrong is happening. And he said that like by being continuing to be an IS officer, I'm failing to serve because there are things which I'm pressed upon to do which is unbecoming of an IS officer, and my own voice of conscience is getting crushed. If it gets crushed beyond a limit, I mean, if it is all about a job, I can any day get a job in any part of the India or world because I'm a qualified engineer, I have the right degree. But it's all about serving the people. The purpose of serving is getting failed, and continually year after year. And there are times when I'm forced to sign papers or do work which is unbecoming of an IS officer. So he chose to quit the service. Though I'm not appreciative of anyone quitting upon the service, there are ways to find out answers. But yes, I mean, there are different ways to address the issue of conscience or raise your voice against injustice when we are speaking of it. Okay. So, yes, yes, okay. Prejudice is good in consideration of a domestic incident. Well, prejudice is good in case of domestic incident like AK. What do you imply to ask? So, Manipur incident, again, it's quite a sorry state when we are talking about it, Rahul. It is associated with ethnic conflicts between communities. So, and the ethnic conflict nowhere distantly is ethical because it's all about power assertion, regional assertion, okay, autonomy over the region, all that in space. I did not understand whether there is any difference between perseverance and dedication. Perseverance is the action, okay, dedication is the outcome, Zeba. All right. Perseverance is what? Constant, continual hard work. When will you do it? When you have dedication in your heart. Kashyap sages, okay, Sage Kashyap. So Sage Kashyap, he said that when like kya kaha tha unhone? Dharma is wounded. So dharma is wounded when honest people fail in their duty to speak up, to speak up, right? So performance appraisal, okay. So performance appraisal of a bureaucrat is done by the politician. Okay. So fifth, sorry, example, no, fifth subcomponent which we can think of. So performance appraisal done by bureaucrats. Sorry, done by politicians. Okay. So, suppose if someone knows that my feedback is in the hand of a specific person, so going tough against that person sometimes is really tough, right? So, done by the politicians. So, acting against the person can get tough. And because of that, what happened? Due to this, due to this robotic sin. What is robotic sin? Becoming neutral. Okay. Due to this, robotic sin is performed. This means going neutral. All right. And to which you can just write that the concept of neutrality has been discarded by many administrative thinkers. Okay. Especially in countries like India, especially in developing countries like India. So, what is needed in a country like India? So, in a country like India, what we need is commitment. So, in Indian scenario, we want the idea of committed bureaucracy. For the first time, Jawaharlal Nehru spoke of it. He said that let the bureaucrats be out of. So, Nehru urged the bureaucrats to move out of their fossilized mental outlook. Because fossilized, why? Inheriting it from the Britishers. So, fossilized mental outlook. Fossilized mental outlook. Okay. We can also see Indira Gandhi said that bureaucracy is the biggest stumbling block in India's progress. Okay. So, she also said that NR Pillai, who was the first cabinet secretary, he said that today sympathy is required more in bureaucracy rather than neutrality. I'll quote NR Pillai also. NR Pillai. He was the first cabinet secretary. Okay, cabinet secretary. What did he say? So he said that today sympathy is required more than more than neutrality in bureaucracy. Right. So that's something which all of you can understand. So we can understand that the idea of neutral bureaucracy is a colonial legacy. All right. This is something which we could see in the Montague Chelmsford reforms as well. Just a second. So with respect to this, we can consider that neutrality is a colonial legacy. Colonial legacy when we speak of it, right? What is needed is, what is needed is committed bureaucracy. Committed bureaucracy. Okay. So, and what is committed bureaucracy? So, committed towards, we can consider constitution. Okay. A bureaucracy that is committed to constitution, committed towards the objectives of the state. We can consider committed towards what? The policies of the government. Committed towards what? Committed towards, we can consider rule of law, right? We can also consider a committed bureaucracy is one who is, we can consider responsive to the requirements of the politician. You're not like shying away, responsive towards the requirement of the politician by understanding the political philosophy of his or her party or him, by understanding the political philosophy. Another quality you need to have is free and fearless advice. Free and fearless advice, and give life to the governing philosophy of the politician or the political party, and give life to the governing philosophy. Okay, and give life to the governing philosophy of the politician or political party. Okay, and trying to provide the best advice possible should be given, should be given, right? This is how you create, we can consider, committed bureaucracy. Here state is, as per article, state is nation state, all right? State does not mean like a state per se, nation state, all right? Yes, fundamental values of the civil servant. So when we are speaking of it, you can here recall the middle path of Buddha. Okay, that the doctrine of mean of Aristotle. So committed bureaucracy is neither neutral nor politicized. Okay, so neutral, if we speak of it, so committed, politicized. So you don't have to be neutral, you don't have to be politicized, you have to be committed. It's more like we can consider Buddha's middle path, or we can say this is more like Aristotle's golden mean, the doctrine of golden mean. So it's like maintaining a balance. Okay, and nowadays even that is proposed, that let us go for civil services activism, like judicial activism, whereby there is a proactive approach of the, like let us say, the civil servant in providing the developmental interventions. So here you can see the ex CAG like head, that is Vinod Rai. He was so active in his times. You can think of TN Seshan. During his times he was so political, so active in going ahead with electoral reforms, right? So you can think of this given possibility, whereby a bureaucrat needs to be like committed towards the system by neither going too neutral, by nor going too politicized. All right, so this is it for today. Let us continue tomorrow with respect to the first and foremost the case studies. The first half of the session will go with case studies. After the first half of the session, like 8 o'clock onwards, I'll start with attitude, the next chapter. All right, so hope to meet all of you with case studies. What is expected from all of you is that please go for second ARC gist later, okay, as a reference material for this chapter, okay, and along with that the notes, and then only start reflecting upon it when you are talking about it. So committed bureaucracy is something which is very, very, like we can say, inevitably necessary for all of us, so that we are generating like trustworthiness, fortitude or courage. We are creating the possibility of breakthroughs associated with how we are witnessing the world. All right, so thank you. How can we get second ARC gist? Is lying on the internet, so many people have put it. Take anything. Vinod Rai, who was one who gave many misleading information about 2G case. Well, Munna, I'm not talking about the misleading information part. I'm also talking about a lot of disclosure, which the system was unaware of, and a lot of action that was taken up because of his disclosure. Okay. Yes, the theory portion will is completed. The application portion through case studies will be done little. Theory portion we will be continuing, Akhilesh, later with the next chapter, attitude. Okay, after attitude, there is emotional intelligence. After emotional intelligence, there is Western philosophers and thinkers. And after that, we will be taking up the issue of the ethic code of ethics and code of conduct. So a lot of theory is still missing. All right, and that needs to be working out. So thank you, all of you, and have a good day.